Okay, good afternoon and welcome to round 5 of the British Chess Championships. We are obviously live in Leicester and online, so thank you everybody for joining us today. Danny, do you want to have a little look at... Oh, I've got the pairings, but they've got the pairings wrong, so just give me one moment. I'm just going to update that because that's not right at all. Just going to just pause everything, go back on a short break and be back with you very, very soon. Okay, apologies for that. Just had to update the pairings up at the top there. But we see on board 1 we have Harry Grieve versus Michael Adams. Clash of the two leaders. Danny, do you want to just talk a little bit about that?
Well, it's obviously, the game is already progressing. Harry Grieve is a very well prepared player. Quite a dangerous player. I lost to him last year in this tournament in Torquay. This is where he won his first British Championship title. He'll obviously be looking to get more. He'd be going to be looking for become a multiple British champion like Michael Adams to confirm his greatness, right? But yeah, nobody has been able to really solve the Adams conundrum. Fernandez was unable to do so yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see if Harry Grieve, who I think is a very well prepared player, very aggressive player. But it's also a good sign for him, Adam, that he managed to win 2 technical endgames.
Yeah.
Because that shows he's not like a one-trick pony. He's not like a one-dimensional player. He's able to grind it out as well. You've also got some other interesting pairings. We've got lower down. We've got James Jackson versus Mark Hebden, the hero of the hour. We've got Jonah Willow against Gasinov. Also interesting pairing. Gasinov's played very well, so it'll be interesting to see if Jonah can put some pressure on him with the white pieces.
Jack Rudnick, Pert.
Yeah, it could well be another quick game. I think that's a good pairing for Nick. But nothing against Jack, but just Jack is the sort of player, when you're struggling for form, he does give you chances. Obviously a dangerous opponent, no question. And then you've also got David Eggleston against Richard Pert, which is also an interesting pairing. I'd like to see that game at some point. 2 very well prepared players, 2 people I know very well. So another interesting pairing. So yeah, lots of juicy stuff going on. Further down, you've got Ancash versus Yi Chen Han. Yi Chen has been going along quietly in this tournament, but quite successfully. So he's playing against Ancash. It'll be interesting to see what Yi Chen does with the back pieces, whether he's able to put Ancash under any pressure.
But I guess the place to start is on top board. Grieve versus Adams. They're the 2 leaders, the only 2 players on 3.5. Harry, as you say, has had 2 long games the last 2 rounds, but has shown amazing fighting spirit, I would say. In both of those we thought they would probably be draws, but in the end he managed to put enough pressure on to convert them. So
as you said, 2 long games. I mean, in that situation you'd often be looking to maybe make a quick draw and then have a rest day, but playing against Adams you don't really have that option. So because Adams is much higher rated. Now earlier in the tournament I suggested the winning score would be 7 out of 9. I'm now starting to think that was obviously very cautious, because if Adams scored 7 out of 9, he's probably going to lose rating points in this field. I have to say, it's going to be a sad day, the day that Michael Adams retires, if he ever intends to retire in the future, because if you look beyond him, the cupboard's a bit bare. You know, imagine a situation where Adams wins today with black. I'm not saying that would happen, but let's imagine that scenario. He's probably going to win with white in the next round because he's going to be the favourite whoever he plays.
Unless he has his double black.
He could, that's a good point. He could have a double black. I hadn't thought that situation. Yeah, he's probably due. He'd probably be due another black after that. But yeah, you can easily imagine a scenario where he ends up getting 7.5 or 8 out of 9, right? Maybe even 8.5 if things go really well for him. Yeah, the cupboard's a bit bare, to be honest. I mean, he's already beaten Fernandez, who's like the second or third best player. Past that, there's not much left, is there? So it's just like a procession, really. See, I'm just trying to jinx it. I'm trying as hard as I can to. He'd probably watch the replay and say, "Oh, thank you, Gormally. Thanks for jinxing me."
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously today is the acid test for Harry in terms of his, prospects of a title defence. It's the ultimate challenge in a lot of ways. At least he's got white. Which is something.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. He's got. But if you go back to, we were talking about the Cambridge International Open, it was quite a significant Open earlier in the year, Adam.
Yeah.
And obviously Michael Adams was able to win it. Now, I was mentioning yesterday that he played Fernandez in that same tournament. Harry Grieve was another victim. So Harry Grieve has also got that psychological scars to bear from earlier clash with Adams. How would that affect him in the game? I'm intrigued to see.
Okay, yeah, let's crack on and have a look at how the game has started. So, perhaps unsurprisingly, here we have a e4, e5, Spanish opening with bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6 castles, and perhaps a little bit of a surprise, bishop c5 at this moment, move 5.
I think this is one of Mickey Adams' backup variations, because he has been known to play the Berlin quite a lot recently, but I know he has played this line before. Okay. He's played it as white as well, so he will know the ins and outs of this variation. He's played it at quite a high level. Yeah, I mean, if we get to the position on the board, it's actually quite interesting.
So c3, I mean, the bishop is on a slightly provocative square there on c5. It's going to get attacked with d4 at some point and then retreat itself here potentially to a7. Let's see, so b5 or b6 now, bishop b3, d6, a4, trying to disrupt the pawn structure there on the queen side, b4, d4, bishop a7, h3 castles, and bishop e3.
So the idea of h3, Adam, is just to prevent any annoying kind of bishop g4, and also you want to put the bishop on e3 without potentially maybe allowing a knight g4 as well. But certainly black would go bishop g4 in these kind of positions because it's already aiming at the d4 square. So bishop e3 makes a lot of sense. You can't take the pawn on e4, obviously, because of bishop d5.
So show that, and so knight takes e4, bishop d5 is the point there, just forking the two knights.
So, I mean, what would you, how would you assess this position, and what would your candidate moves be in this position, Adam?
Okay, so candidate moves in this position. I would think probably h6 is a reasonable move. There's some variations where the bishop goes a little bit further out, goes to g5, and then h6. And often, I actually played Mickey Adams in the British 2011. I had a very similar position to this. I put my bishop on g5. He quickly whipped out h6, bishop h4, g5.
Very quickly. He played his moves very quickly.
Yeah.
And you have felt a little bit intimidated?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't really know what I was doing, to be honest.
So you didn't. So when you went bishop g5, that was still part of your preparation, or what?
No, it wasn't. I wasn't expecting this line.
And when he went h6 and g5, did you think about taking on g5?
Yes, absolutely.
But you thought the speed at which he played it, he obviously knows what he's doing,
yeah.
Right? So you were like, oh, hang on, I better go back to g3, and then he ended up grinding you down, right?
He didn't grind me down, though.
Oh, so you got a draw?
I got a draw.
Oh, yeah. Well done.
Yeah.
It's probably the best result anybody's got against Adams in the last 20 years.
Anyway, so with the bishop on e3 now, white will probably play something like knight d2 next move, or queen d3 first, and then knight d2. Another move that black can maybe consider in a position like this is a5, which, now that the bishop isn't really going out to g4, could potentially be quite sensible. Then instead it goes to a6.
I don't know. I mean, on B7 looks like a very natural
Well,
square.
but if you go to B7, am I going to play D5 at some stage? Possibly.
Also, taking on C3 and Rook B8 feels like potential plans for
definitely Rook B8 at some point looks like a sensible move. You've got to be a little bit careful about when you play it.
Why is that?
Well, because I'll take on... Oh no, I won't take on E5.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not a...
Yes, I will take on E5 maybe and win a pawn, possibly.
Christina Cage said, Danny is a big fan of Michael Adams. Well, I'm a big admirer, a fan. Yeah, I'm like a fan, you know, I'm like an obsessed fan. You know, like, what was that guy, what was that film with...
Have you ever seen the film, The Fan?
Yeah, with Wesley Snipes and Robert De Niro.
Baseball, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, I've seen every film going, man. Yeah, I was reminded, actually, I was thinking about a film earlier because I was thinking, yesterday I was in a bit of an angry mood. And I was thinking about that film, Network. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of that. And it's starred Peter Finch and Faye Dunaway. It was about a guy who gets really angry. He works on TV and he starts going, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. And he won a posthumous Oscar. He was the first person, I think, to win a posthumous, like, after he died. So it was released in 1976, the same year I was born. So that's a good quiz question. Which famous figure was the actor Peter Finch related to? I bet nobody in the audience will know this, and nobody at home will know this unless they use Google.
Interesting question from Kevin Winter in the chat. He says, do we get to the point of saying who is the greatest British chess player of all time? I say Nigel Short.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, it's unquestionably Adams. I mean,
I agree.
I don't think it's even a dispute. I mean, there's a lot of things you can dispute, like, for example, in tennis. You could dispute, maybe you could say Federer, or you could say Djokovic, or you could say someone even earlier. But in my opinion, it's definitely Adams, no question. I mean, Short obviously has got to the final of the World Championship, which is something you have to consider. But Adams, for me, when I've analysed with Adams, it kind of feels like a slightly different level than everybody else I've analysed within British chess. You know, just seem to see more, just on a higher level, in my opinion, than everybody else.
And my opinion also.
Yeah. So he is the guy, he is the bar that everybody else has to sort of aim for if they want to be the top dog. And, he's managed to fend off all newcomers. By the way, yeah, talking about that angry thing, I've noticed actually in Leicester, there's a lot of angry looking people. Maybe I've got to be careful what I say here because we are in Leicester, but I don't think I've ever been to a town or a city where everybody looks so angry and they look like they're going to punch you when you walk past them. But maybe I'm just being paranoid. It's probably just when they walk past me that it looks like that,
Okay, so he played h6, which is interesting. As I say, like with the bishop not going there, I don't immediately see why he's played that. But okay, I guess it's just a useful move. Knight b d2. So I think there, if queen d3, probably a5 would have been played. Maybe knight a5 was also worth considering. Knight b d2.
I've had this kind of thing as Gawain Jones at a rapid play game, English rapid play. Adams was in that tournament, but Gawain Jones won it. And he, I really got crushed in that game. It was a very poor game by me. It was one or two tactics I overlooked.
Okay.
But it wasn't quite like this, but it was the same variation. But yeah, I really don't understand what's going on here, to be honest, and what black should play now. Like maybe you take and go rook e8, or take on c3 and go rook e8.
Yeah, possibly that's one of the reasons for h6 is the intention is to play rook e8.
Why could? Oh, is this some kind of knight g5? Right.
Possibly knight g5. Although then, of course, you could put the rook on e7, couldn't you? But maybe with the d file open there might be an exchange of pawns. It could be a little bit awkward.
I quite like taking on c3. I always feel like with that pawn on b5.
Right.
I'm the kind of guy who likes to relieve the tension,
so you
right?
Take and then go rook e8.
With David Jensen. Yeah.
Still no real threat to the white pawn on e4, even with an exchange on d4 because of this bishop d5 move. So I would imagine here Harry would probably play something just like rook e1, It gives the knight its sort of natural Spanish route out over to g3.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to make progress here as white, but then again, black isn't really threatening to do much either. The only problem for white is this e4 pawn might become a little bit weak in situations where, I mean, to be honest, I'll move on to another game because I think there's a lot of developments in this game to come. But I mean, I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
So he has gone rook e8, by the way.
Yeah, he's gone rook e8, and I'm expecting probably rook e1 here from white. Okay, let's move on to board 2.
Maybe we could move on Jack Rudd games. It's probably already in the end game.
Would you like to?
Well, I mean, it'd be interesting to see how many moves have been played, I suppose.
Not so many, actually.
Okay,
so
right.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
So let's move on to this one. So this is board number 2. Born and Derek Shani playing as black against Daniel Fernandez. Not a great deal of action so far in this one. We had Daniel played c4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, g3, b6, bishop b7, bishop g2, bishop b7 and castles. Do you think Daniel will bounce back after yesterday?
No idea. That's what I'm here for. I have no idea about anything, right? By the way, shout out to Steve Rush, nice guy. He's currently living in Reading. Apparently he's going to come along on Saturday, so it'd be good to see that guy. Buy you a beer, Steve. Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Daniel, I think I was saying this earlier in the tournament, is he's more reliable these days, and when he plays against lower-rated players, he tends to win. But having said that, I think Borna's a good player, so it's not like a gimme at all, you know, not by any stretch of the imagination. So this will be a tough battle, I think. Castles is a good move. So white is really keeping his cards close to his chest. I know that black can do the double fianchetto here. I played a guy in my previous tournament, a German player called Daniel Husrath.
Yeah, GM.
Yeah, that's right. And it's funny actually because myself, Daniel Fernandez, Daniel Husrath were playing in the tournament, and it was organised also by a guy called Daniel. So there were a lot of Daniels, and but he's written a book on the double fianchetto. Husrath has. So black can go g6 here, which looks like a weird move, given that you've already gone e6, but it's not completely stupid. But I think the more logical development would be, I mean, the move c5 is really screaming at me here, right? It's obviously logical move. You're controlling the d4 square. I feel like that's probably the most popular move in this position,
right?
From memory. And then I think white goes knight c3, and then probably something like bishop e7 would be played. And now white goes for, like, it can go d4. So the two moves here, I think, in this position are d4 and rook e1. And the idea behind rook e1 is to play e4 and then effectively try to take over the centre. But if you go d4 immediately, then there's this potential exchange on g2, which I think we discussed this yesterday in the Harry Grieve game. But generally speaking, you don't want to lose your light square bishop. And actually that turned out badly for Taran in that game. So it kind of backed up what we were saying. You don't want to go for this exchange because then your light squares are weak, which in the long run can be quite a problem for white. But yeah, I think c5 is the most...
He's played bishop e7.
Bishop e7 is also very, very logical, right? So I would expect the move either... I would expect... Well, okay, there's...
I mean, now I would just maybe mention that if white plays d4 now and black now chooses to play c5, there's potentially maybe an interesting alternative for white, which is to play d5.
Yeah, I mean,
and if I take, I'm going to go knight h4.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go d4, that transposes back into mainline theory, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
And then if black castles, let's say you went d4 here, very good point. If black castles, you can go d5 anyway.
Right.
And in
ED,
the
same sort of thing?
Exactly. Right. ED, knight d4 or knight h4. And this is well-known pawn sacrifice. I think black goes c6. And you take on d5, I think.
Okay.
And after knight takes d5, you go knight f5. And the theory continues. He has gone d4, by the way. So the theory continues from here. Like moves like bishop c5 are playable, I believe, or knight c7. Knight c7, knight c3, d5, e4, for example, something like that. I'm not sure about the theory, but I know there's a lot of moves. You can go very deep, this variation. There's a famous game by Alpha Zero in this kind of line, where it won a brilliant game with white against another supercomputer. It'd probably be too strong to play against like a human player, right?
So this has happened d4 castle, so I guess this is now Daniel maybe thinking, does he go d5? Are we going
Well, the two moves are knight c3 and d5, right? Knight c3 you generally meet with knight e4.
Right.
And white would then have a choice. I think the bishop d2 is the most common variation, but you can also play moves like queen d3, or it maybe even take on e4 is
queen
possible.
c2 is slightly more popular
Queen
than
c2,
bishop
right,
d2,
okay.
but
Yeah. Black goes for knight takes c3.
Queen c3 presumably, and then c5.
Right, and probably rook d1, yeah. Very, very logical moves by both sides. So Daniel's thinking here, he has kind of put his cards on the table with his d4 move.
Yeah, I would have kind of maybe expected something a little bit more, maybe a little bit more quirky in this position.
Like
maybe.
d3, I bet you were expecting.
I was thinking
or
maybe
b3.
b3 actually.
Very wet though, isn't it?
Double fee and chess having himself, but
it's very wet.
hey.
You know, it's like it's not really chess or that kind of stuff. You might as well go straight to the seniors if you're going to play that kind of chess.
Okay, so let's look at board 3. This is Jonah Willow versus Eldar Gasanov. Slightly strange looking events there. So e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6. We think we saw Jonah play an open Sicilian earlier in the event. Here he's gone knight c3, which can be a little bit of a move order attempt, shall we say, to try and maybe deprive black of, I don't exactly know what type of Sicilian Gasanov was intending to play, but for example the Sveshnikov here is not so easy to play, which is typically where you go knight f6 followed by e5, because maybe here after knight f6, I don't know the theory, but we could definitely consider e5. So he's played knight c3, and then what black has done is play e5. Very concrete, basically saying, right, you're not going to get your d4 in, and we're going to take the game down a completely different route. Bishop c4, g6, d3, h6.
That's an interesting move because, well, I think there are a lot of lines in this line, even with the bishop on e7, where white eventually ends up playing knight g5, which is a very irritating move for black to face. So the move h6 has got a lot of logic behind it. You're stopping knight g5 once and for all. On the other hand, it is a slow move in the opening, and you're creating a weakness. But, I mean, it's hard to believe that Gasanov did not prepare this, has not looked at this in the past. Jonah played a move knight d2, which is very logical. So he wants to play a very long-winded looking manoeuvre, which is knight f1 to e3, or potentially to g3. Wherever you go, you are controlling a lot of squares. I think actually after knight f1...
As we can see this happen, bishop g7, knight f1.
Right, so let's say imagine that black goes knight... Where would black put a knight?
I think he'd probably put his knight on e7 here.
That does look most logical. Or did you go d6 first, maybe? Or you don't know?
I don't think it's going to matter too much. I think black's almost certainly going to play
right,
d6.
Right. So knight e7. Can I go f4 style? Can I go King's Gambit style with f4 immediately?
So this is definitely one other idea that white has, is to play this move f4 to generate some sort of open file. Because otherwise you've just got no way of opening any files if you don't at some stage play f4, unless you go at a3, but at a3 I can.
Well, maybe you could get your opponent to open the files for you.
Well, maybe you could.
By playing f5, right?
By playing f5, yeah, maybe. But okay, so f4 is definitely something to consider here.
Probably a bad move here, though. Somehow feels a bit... He has gone d6, by the way. I felt like d6 is more flexible. Okay. You know, we were talking yesterday about my theory of the only moves. Certain moves you're going to play in a position. d6 is one move you will always play.
Yeah.
Whereas you're not absolutely certain where you're going to put the knight. Are you going to put it on f6 or are you going to put e7? I mean, you know, generally speaking, you put the knight on f6, don't you? Like, but given that black has got this structure, you put the knight on e7 because now you're ready for f5.
Because you're ready to play f5.
But d6 might slightly discourage in some situations white playing f4. because then he's got to consider maybe the reply Queen H4, G3, Queen H3, for example.
Yeah, that's definitely something to think about. So, for example, check and then Queen H3, and this piece is not a bishop, unfortunately, and so obviously now there's an idea and a threat of Queen G2. Having said that, the Queen has left its defence of the C7 square, so it's a little bit swings and roundabouts here, because of course when Knight D5 comes, then Knight C7 is a threat. So,
Sure.
I mean, I don't think White's going to play Knight D5 now. I think he's probably going to try and deal with this one.
Yeah, I think Knight D5, as you say, probably running the Queen G2, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow, he's gone H4, wow, what a move. Incredible.
Wow. H4.
We've seen this
Okay.
so often, right? All this H4 stuff.
Very interesting.
People are just walking engines these days.
Just H4. Okay. So he's signalling his intentions there that he's going to go for H5. There's only one real reason for playing H4, isn't there?
Well, not necessarily, because as you said before, like Queen H4 is an issue, right?
Oh, I see. I suppose
Maybe
you
you
could
just
do that to
directly
stop
preventing
Queen
it. It's
H4.
like a prophylactic move against Queen H4, right?
I suppose so.
No, I think you're right. I think one of the ideas is potentially to go H5.
Yeah, I think so.
But also, but yeah, somebody said in the chat, Britain needs a chess superstar, I think. Someone with a bit of charisma and flair, someone to bring in more attention and fuss up the money. Possibly. But having said that, you know, you can't buy these things, you know, you can't create these things. I mean, look at like Norway, right? They've got Magnus Carlsen, who's created a kind of chess boom in that country, but he's a one-off. And, you know, you can't sort of like legislate for these things. I mean, I know it's actually interesting reading about the whole Chinese chess and how, you know, Ding became world champion, right? This all really dates back to 1970s. And a businessman, an Asian businessman, I don't think he was Chinese, I think he might have been Malaysian. And he decided he wanted to put money into Asian chess and also into Chinese chess. So effectively they copied the Russian school of chess. And they built these academies where Chinese players could train all year round. But although they had a lot of good players, they never had a great player until Ding came along, right? Who was capable of playing against like the best players in the world. So you can't really legislate for these things. You know, I do think, yeah, when someone like Adams retires,
It's going to be a big void to fill there, isn't there?
absolutely. I mean, I don't think. I mean, I know David Howe's obviously a very good player, but he's based abroad now. Obviously, you've got Gawain Jones is very good, and Luke McShane.
Where is David now?
He's in Norway. Yes.
Has he got married or?
No, he's working, basically doing commentary.
Oh yes, I suppose he is.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Kevin Winter says, I'm afraid it's very difficult to earn a living playing chess in the UK. Not sure what the easy answer is. Well, the easy answer is there's a reason why there's no money in chess. It's not a hugely popular game in this country. It's not like football. You know, you read the paper, you buy the local paper, or buy the paper, national paper. It's just wall to wall with football. I wish I'd become a professional footballer, Adam. You know, I wouldn't have to sit here in the studio on peanuts, right? You know?
Yeah.
But
Agreed.
somebody said chess is becoming massive now. I don't think it is. I mean, yeah, maybe it's becoming massive, but people are earning, you know, there's streamers who are making good money from chess. In my opinion, we're not doing a good enough job of putting that money that's been made online back into over-the-board tournaments. It does seem very odd to me that a tournament like the British Championships has got no sponsor at all, no company whatsoever. I think what we should do is employ people to look for sponsorship, because surely we could, you know, it's a British Chess Championship, surely we can find one sponsor, even a local sponsor, to the event. It seems very odd to me that we've got no sponsors at all. Now, obviously, from my perspective, people could say, well, why don't you look for sponsorship? I completely agree with you. You know, there's no excuse for me as a professional player not to look for a sponsor myself. So yeah, I think if you're out there, please donate, please give to the British Chess Championships, give to the ECF, because they need all the money they can get.
Yeah. I mean, some countries you do see players, you know, getting sponsored, particularly I think in India, for example.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of sponsorship, a lot of prestige put amongst put onto chess, and the story is very, very different. And you can see I went to India last year. I could Chennai, big city, for everybody. Chess was everywhere, absolutely everywhere.
Oh, really?
It was really interesting.
It's interesting. Yeah.
Literally gone to town on it. The roads were painted in chessboards, banners everywhere. It was amazing to see.
Do you think chess has kind of been worked out by a computer? I kind of get the feeling it's a little bit like a more advanced form of, noughts and crosses, because computers have kind of killed it, haven't they? They've killed the mystery of the game. When we were kids, we were like, everybody would like you'd see these games in magazines, and like people would annotate games. They're like, well, I'm not sure what's going on here. But you can no longer say, oh, that position's unclear, because a computer will tell you what's going on.
Yeah.
And computers have really worked out the opening phase. But I must admit, this position on the board, Adam, I don't really, this feels like a kind of a slightly fresh position to me.
Nice to see, actually.
Are there any, maybe we could see it on the openings, are there any games from this position?
3. 2 with knight ge7 and 1 with knight f6.
So it's not a fresh position, even this has been, is known.
Okay, but I mean, not very
Relatively
many games.
Fresh, yeah.
Relatively fresh. One question that Black will have to answer, if let's say we go knight g7, h5, is will he leave his pawn on g6, or will he play g5? I would think he probably won't leave his pawn on g6. I think he probably will play g5.
I wouldn't feel too uncomfortable there as Black. I normally meet the move h4 with h6.
Right. To do this, do you mean? Or
I just like responding, because if you go h5, you give away a g5 square. And if they go h5, I like playing a move g5. Now, often the computers don't really like this. They don't like responding to h4 with h6. But in this position, I wouldn't feel that uncomfortable as Black, because I feel like if this is my move and my pawn was on h7, I might well play h6. So I've already got like an extra move, right? So h4 wouldn't bother me too much.
okay.
But I'm not sure what I'd play, having said that. Maybe I would go knight f6, because I feel like the g4 square is now...
Yeah, so
the source of weakness for
well,
White.
absolutely. Maybe just is it? Of course, then White, if he was to play h5 at some point, that's just losing a pawn. You just take it with your knight, I imagine.
You could go for some. I mean,
you could also consider bishop g4.
Yeah, but some you want to take the pawn, right?
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, some hackers would gladly take. Mind you, they'd gladly take on h5, which is not completely stupid, has to be said.
h5.
And then take back the queen and go for checkmate in one move. Yeah.
Go for checkmate in one move.
Even I can understand that strategy.
Yeah. It's an interesting position, actually. The computer doesn't hate this.
No, it's playable. So knight f6, h5, but you could just go g5, but then potentially maybe White could use the f5 square.
Yeah, I think probably if Black intends to play g5, I would leave my knight on e7, I think.
Right.
Just give my f5 square a little bit more protection.
Yeah.
But we shall see. Very interesting position. All right, let's look at board 4. So Mark Hebden has had a couple of wins in the last 2 rounds to work himself back into position. 3 out of 4 is not, is only half a point off the lead. So are you going to change your tip back to Mark?
I bumped into Mark, actually, the first time I've seen him. Most of the people I haven't seen like in the tournament, we're kind of hidden away up here, aren't we?
We are a little bit.
We don't really socialise very much. We don't get out much. But Mark obviously lives in Leicester, so he doesn't need to get a hotel in Leicester. He could just stay in his house. And he's got a tough opponent today, James Jackson. We know Action Jackson is a dangerous player, dangerous attacking player. Good defence yesterday, I would say. I mean, White did have a brilliant study like winning the endgame, but very difficult spot.
So Mark is an e5 player, always has been, in the same way he always plays King's Indian as Black as well against d4. Very principled, knows his stuff inside out, and has played both d6 and the Marshall with d5, and James Jackson has chosen to play the so-called anti-Marshall, which is 8a4, or one of the ways to play the anti-Marshall, where basically the main move is c3 in this position, and then Black decides whether to go d6 or to play d5 and play this Marshall gambit, which was hugely like the big thing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Probably in
yeah.
the 90s.
It's funny actually, I played Martin in the tournament Hull a few years ago, and I kind of had this feeling that if I went A4, because A4 was also considered to be an anti-martial, he would go D5 anyway. And he kind of admitted to me after the game that that's what he would have played.
In this position.
D5 here is an idea of Jukebox. He kind of revived this idea, I think.
Wow.
So, I don't, is it A4? Yeah, some
And
kind of weird stuff.
What's the point if I take your pawn?
You take on E4.
Crazy. And if I take your knight,
Just take that.
take F3, and I take on F3.
Well, it's considered to be better, but white. It's considered better for white according to theory. But you know, sometimes you sense what they're going to play. But I allowed him to play the marshal anyway in that particular game. But I think the best way, if you want to avoid the marshal, if you go back and move, is just to go D3, because then D5 is really not considered to be a very good move. Because I probably can just take on E5.
Just to show, for those who aren't familiar, Marshal Gambit is where essentially what happens is you get this position with the rook coming to E5, threatening the knight. Black normally plays C6 in this situation, and you often get something that looks a little bit like this. Black, although there's been a couple of exchanges there, essentially Black argues here that these pieces will take a little bit of time to develop to good squares, and therefore there's nagging pressure, shall we say. But well, as I say, very well known stuff. A4 seeks to stop that in some ways. The other move that you can often play to think about stopping it, if you wish to try and play kind of the main line. Spanish is to play H3, and then after D6 you then play C3, and you're back in very well-known territory. Problem with this is actually that Black, I think, can still play D5.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or Bishop B7
I don't
first,
know, but I think H3 was played in.
No, the Bray is when you play D6 and then Knight B8.
I think H3 was played in the first game of the Nepomniachtchi-Carlsen match, where Nepomniachtchi was white. I could be wrong about that. But anyway, we've had this. And obviously, Mark's very familiar with these kind of positions. Knight A5 is like a sugaring almost.
Position, So Black will often look to put his knight on A5 and then expand on the queen side with C5. Try and gain some space, but in order for him to do so, he will need to play D6 first, because that defends his pawn on E5, which otherwise would be just lost. So we see D6 here, and you can see exactly that happening. White plays H3, Knight A5, Bishop A2. Not bothered too much about pawn takes pawn. We'll be able to win that back, I assume, in some relatively easy way.
It's not a great extra pawn, right?
It's absolutely not a great extra pawn.
I think Mark tends to play very patient chess. This is why this opening is kind of, it's not really suited to people who are impatient, I would say. Playing the black side of Ralpez. It's very solid, but you need to be quite a patient person, quite a creative opening, I would say. Mark, I think, is a very creative player. He's a very good analyst. So he generally comes up with very interesting ideas during a game of chess.
Yes, I think it's quite interesting what Mark's next move was actually. So White almost always, I would say, in the Spanish, looks for this route for his knight either to G3 or to E3. His dream is to put it on F5 and then start to maneuver. Maybe, for example, his other knight would come via H2 to G4, or it'll also give him opportunity for Queen G4. So there's a few sort of kingside attacking ideas. Black will, as I say, he's gained space on the queen side, but after Knight F1 now he plays Knight B6, so he takes his knight away from the king side to try and clarify what's going to happen about this pawn on A4, because I really think if White did nothing there, he probably would take that one off. Although I would be quite interested to see that if let's say knight there, just make a pawn sacrifice and then go knight f5. And
yeah, it's certainly possible.
Certainly
but
possible.
Again, speculation. We haven't really seen many people speculate that much in the tournament. Taking is more logical, but obviously that then makes the life of White's rook on a1 and bishop on a2 slightly uncomfortable. But it should be okay. So he's got knight g3, bishop c8. So now
Bishop
White is
c8,
thinking.
yeah.
So what do we think the best move is here, Adam?
So now knight f5 probably won't be played, just to point out, because black will just chop it off, I would think. Pawn takes, and then we have potential at some point for playing d5 and really shut this guy down. Obviously it can't be played at the moment because of the e5 pawn, but that will definitely be what black will be thinking about here. So without that one, if that knight was still living on f6, I would definitely be considering something like knight h4, knight f5. That's obviously not possible here. So what I would probably be hazarding a guess at here is something like knight h2. With the intention of possibly playing knight g4 and maybe also considering playing queen f3, which would give my knight on f5 a little bit more support.
It's a very logical move, knight h2, but I'm not sure it's the correct idea here, because I think also black can maybe consider moves like bishop g5.
Right.
Maybe the best move is something like c3 or bishop d2. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, bishop d2 makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Because it means that you're not worried so much about your rook there.
Are we still in the opening here? I mean, is it worth checking the opening, or we left the opening by now?
We've left.
No games, right? So we have finally got a fresh position.
Yeah, bishop d2 I like. That makes a lot of sense here.
But if I go like b4, is a bishop biting on granite, or is that just?
If I play c3.
No, I guess b4 kind of looks a bit weird, right?
I think I probably will go c3 then.
So bishop d2, what is black playing? Maybe knight c6 or what?
Bishop d2.
Or bishop d7, or king h8, or g6, or...
Well, there's now a threat actually if bishop takes a5 and bishop takes f7 check.
Right. King h8 kind of removes that, but...
Well, does it? Can't I just play bishop takes f7?
Ah, right. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, so
Do it
maybe
the other way
knight
around.
c6, right?
So yeah, bishop d2, maybe knight c6, just take it away from any pressure. That looks like quite a sensible move.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a very strategic position for James. He's having a very good attacking player. It'd be interesting to see how he handles this very deep strategical position.
Possibly c3, just to take control of a couple of squares now.
Can I go king h8?
King h8, just stepping away from the diagonal. Yeah, absolutely, you can, of course.
Looks a bit iffy though. Looks there's something wrong with king h8. Feels a bit wrong.
What would be the plan, just in general terms? I mean, expansion after king h8, g6 and f5?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
very
possibly
risky
g6
though.
in this position is also definitely...
You've got to watch out for bishop h6, and then suddenly feels a bit iffy for black. Maybe not too bad, but
yeah, looks like bishop h6 obviously looks to try and take advantage of
maybe
the dark
rook e8,
squares.
queen d2,
Rook e8.
or queen b3, trying to win a pawn.
Queen b3, yeah. Some tricks, of course, to watch out for here. Queen b3.
Not a game.
Queen b3, bishop e6 though.
Queen b3, bishop e6, queen b5.
Oh, okay. You're not worried about dropping it too because you're hitting c6, right?
Just to show that. So queen
Maybe,
b3, possible here. Bishop e6, queen takes b5. But maybe then black has knight ace. Can't immediately see the knockout
Well, I think
punch, but maybe knight a7 is good, huh?
Yeah.
And then like knight c8
Something, yeah.
and get the bishop that way.
We're getting a bit carried away.
Jabara asks, is it a foregone conclusion Michael Adams wins this event? Not at all.
No,
There's still
no,
a lot of
no,
danger. But, you know, we could say that because obviously he's a rating favourite, and so on. But he will not be looking at it like that. He's not the sort of person who's going to jump ahead of himself.
No, absolutely not.
Very objective person. Very, it's part of the reason why he's had so much success.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at ball 5. Matthew Wadsworth versus Lan Yao. So this one started. We had Matthew in the commentary room, I think, a couple of days ago.
Yeah, he's been in a few times actually.
D4, knight of 6, C4, E6, knight of 3, D5, G3, pawn takes pawn, bishop G2, so-called Catalan, A6, knight E5, check, knight C3, knight D5, black. Looks like she wants to hang on to her pawn for the time being, so knight D5, interesting, castles.
Why can't you take the pawn? Oh, I guess it's too dangerous, is it?
Well, let's see. So, I mean, this would definitely be a question to pose, would be knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, bishop takes C3. You imagine that there's a clear reason why you can't do this, although...
Maybe bishop A3 and just get the king in the centre.
Well, but then I thought I'd take on D4.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like this way.
Probably. Maybe go back a move, not bishop A3 then, right?
No, I don't.
Maybe just rook B1. Is that stupid or?
Rook B1. I mean, you don't have loads of options here. But then I'll take on D4 anyway.
Right. What can I go bishop B7 there? Is that a ridiculous move?
Bishop
instead of rook B1.
Bishop
That probably
B7.
is a ridiculous move.
What's your idea?
I like it. I'm playing suicide chess, giveaway chess.
They give away your pieces.
I wanted to go queen A4, you know, Pat's the Caesar check.
Right. So maybe queen A4 check in this position.
But then B5.
B5.
But then queen C2.
Yeah,
maybe.
right. Like
Yeah,
queen
maybe,
C2 or queen.
Doesn't seem to love it.
No, it's not completely obvious.
I could check. I'll cheat again.
Don't
Actually, it might still be theory. Why don't you check the opening?
I will.
Why don't you check the opening?
Knight takes C3 has been played, yeah. Knight C3. BC3.
Wadsworth is very well prepared. I mean,
Yeah,
there's no way he would guess
Rook
at this.
B1
Right?
is the move. Queen D4. Queen A4 check. B5. Queen A3 is the line apparently. Where we hit the rook on A8, and if it moves up to A7, we can skewer it with bishop E3.
Yeah, so rook B1 is correct, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
That's what I mean, it's the most logical move, right?
Doesn't give the rook away.
Doesn't lose a rook, which is normally quite a good idea in chess. To not lose all your pieces.
Yeah, okay. Fun line. Anyway, that didn't happen. Castles, knight E4, B5. So, as I said, she's taking the principal approach here. I'm going to hang on to my pawn. But we often see this type of thing where white says, okay, it doesn't matter. Got positional compensation for it. B3, C3.
Right.
Okay. And queen C2.
Okay. Yeah. Very, very, very dangerous position for both sides, I would say. Very dynamic.
Is white, Danny, thinking about knight G5 now?
Yeah. Could I go H6 here, Adam?
You can.
Or maybe then
Maybe I'll
A3,
just go A3, yeah?
yeah.
And just get my pawn back. And I think if I get my pawn back that easily, white is probably enjoying a nice position. But that's, I mean, the question is how do we make white's life a little bit more awkward here?
Can I go
in some
knight
respects?
C6? Oh no, go for a piece again. Right, I have no idea, I'm going to cheat.
I will not cheat. But
Okay, I'll tell you if you've got the right move or not.
so a couple of ideas there for white, either A3 or knight G5. Both look like they could be playable.
Is this the position on the board?
Yeah, I think so.
Apparently C3 was a bit of a mistake.
Was it?
If you go back a move, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
He should have apparently.
Just take
He
the
should have
pawn?
just taken the pawn and
Yeah.
gone bishop b7. It's just unclear position. White has comp.
Do you mean queen takes and then bishop b7?
I think A takes.
A
It says
takes,
A
okay.
takes. Yeah.
And then
Bishop b7 and then knight d3. It's saying.
Knight d3. Okay, I can sort of see the point of knight d3 is that we're then potentially.
Somebody said, "Do you not have a big behind-the-scenes team feeding you analysis and talking points?" Yeah, it's called a phone. That's all I do is just go on the phone. I'm too lazy to work stuff out myself. So right, what does the phone say? But apparently,
Yeah, knight d3. Okay, looks sensible. Also, maybe queen c2 as a move. Again, just fixing this square and thinking about knight g5 is also possible. But yeah.
but after no, sorry.
So
But okay, after
taking
c3, there's
yeah.
a really nice move for white. Instead of queen c2, queen e1. No, a3.
Right.
I think.
A3.
Bishop a5. Right.
Right.
Queen e1. I mean, who the hell finds that? Wow.
What is the point of that move?
Okay, the main line runs queen e1.
Okay, so queen e1. The idea is to play b4 and to take on c3. I'm mad.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah,
Well,
probably something.
No,
I don't
because
know.
then you lose control of this square.
Maybe. Yeah.
Queen e1's very.
Queen e1, b4. Right.
b4. Okay.
Yeah.
Knight c4?
No. Oh, but then knight d3.
Okay, it's getting
Or,
weird.
I don't know. It's something weird. Yeah, it's really. Or no, you take on b4. I don't know. But also bishop b6 then moved instead of b4, right?
I mean, why don't you just go knight c4?
So, oh, maybe it was knight d3. Maybe it was f6. I don't know. But you could also go bishop b6 instead of. So after queen e1, right?
Okay, so
So
the same
a3,
line,
bishop
A3,
a5, queen e1,
queen
bishop b6, but then e3.
Bishop b6, e3.
Yeah.
keeping the
I think
pawn
somebody
under
said
control.
using the phone is going well. Yeah, I don't even know how to use the phone properly. You know. Yeah, quite. I mean, I've
like
seen
queen
these.
C2.
I've seen these ideas before though in the Catalan, when you suddenly march the queen over to like e1, or you march the queen to e2, and somehow in a weird way that's a good. Boris Basquiat used to say, put the queen on e2. That's where it's best placed. But I've noticed computers, they love going queen e8, or they love going queen e1. You know, like for some reason computers love those squares for the queen. It's very flexible squares. So she's gone f6, which is a sensible move. Now, by far the most logical move is knight
Go knight
d3.
d3, almost certainly.
So what do you do with the bishop now? Looking slightly.
Precarious. Maybe move it back to e7.
But then you just drop the pawn, so I don't think you can do that. I think you need to do something else. Maybe you have to go bishop a5.
Bishop a5. Yeah, that actually makes much more sense, doesn't it? Because the bishop might be thinking about this d6.
Looking
square
better for
again.
white, though, isn't it? Could I go in? Yeah, it doesn't work either.
Can you go knight c6 is a question. That looks like also like a
That's a good
very
move.
clever
That's a good move. Yeah, that's
yeah.
probably what,
And then
maybe
I
they-
imagine we'll need to go e3.
Yeah, e3. Yeah, very very much so. Yeah. Very typical of the modern Catalan, where we've got a very murky position. Black is a pawn up, but white has murky compensation for it. Long-term compensation. Look at the white king; it's extremely safe. Black king is slightly
It's a
weak
bit of a problem.
because he's played a move f6. So, yeah.
So apparently we're following the game Bogdan Dayak versus Parham
Sudlu from Iran.
Maksudlu from Iran, and that is still.
Oh, okay. This is
the game,
still theory, right?
it
Wow.
Sounds like they know what they're doing.
Okay, should we move on to another game?
Sure,
What about
yeah.
Eggy versus Pert?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a game that you wanted to see, so let's do so.
Come back to that game.
Okay, so here we had Richard playing the modern, which he doesn't play so much chess yet anymore, but he was always a Sicilian dragon player as his main weapon. So perhaps g6 comes as a surprise to
I think he's aware of how well prepared David Eggleston is.
Right.
And it's like a game within a game. And David's actually another person who I've found whenever I played him, he's very good at avoiding any kind of preparation. He's very clever in that way. So, but I think Richard would have been very aware of the depth of David Eggleston's computer preparation. So he wants to avoid that by playing the modern, which I've never seen Richard play before.
No, nor me.
And he seems to be playing it extremely badly.
So e5, we kind of now, because the pawn's gone up to c4, we could maybe say that we're out of modern and more into King's Indian territory. With the pawn sitting back on c2, white will often castle queen side and look to attack black on the king side. With the pawn on c4, that's not really part of the agenda generally. So
no, I mean e5 is a good move. I think interesting
e5,
move.
d5, c5.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit like the check Benoni, isn't it? Where you close the centre with e5. I hate playing against that as white. I hate when your opponent shuts you down.
Shuts you down and then just kind of creepy crawly like chess.
Well, someone like Viktor Korchnoi is great from the white side. Openings where people give him a space advantage. You know, like the check Benoni. He loved those kind of positions. You know, he would go a3, b4. He would build up. But someone like myself, maybe like a bit more tactical. Obviously, I'm not as good as Korchnoi anyway, but yeah, not quite as comfortable. So probably a good choice against David, who is a bit of a hacker, I would say. Queen d2.
Yeah, bishop a6 is quite interesting that he's just immediately taken the decision to exchange those bishops off.
Also a good move, I think.
Queen d2, bishop e3, queen e3. Okay, avoiding double pawns. Queen e7, g4, h6, knight d2.
So already I'm starting to see parameters of potentially maybe a g5 coming in, a block game and a draw. You know, Richard does have a lot of draws actually. I think he's got his kids playing in the event as well, so he's got to keep an eye on them. It's very difficult to juggle both. You're playing in the tournament yourself, and you're looking after your kids, seeing how they're doing. So, yeah, I mean, it's looking like, so knight d2 anyway, if we think about the position objectively, I think white is playing that based on two factors. First, he wants to go a3 and b4 and then bring the knight round to b3 to pressurise c5. And he's also maybe got half an idea on playing f4, but I think f4 less so, because f4 would
give away the e5 square.
Exactly.
Right.
So I think more about a3, b4 in this position. But where does white put the king? Does white put the king on g2? Does white put the queen? If you're going to go for this queenside expansion, which is very logical, I think that's what white is intending to do, and I think that will give white some kind of advantage.
Yeah.
The biggest problem for me in this position, from the black perspective, is how do you gain counterplay? Because white's put the pawn on g4, it's going to be very hard to get f5 in. I think Rich is under a little bit of a pressure here. It's a little bit like a situation that Fernandez found himself in yesterday, where you're in a situation where you're slightly worse with black at the opening, or clearly worse. It's not so obvious what your plan should be to somehow change that and create counterplay. Fernandez came up with this creative a5, a4 idea, but he wasn't able to break out of the bind, and he lost. So similar situation, I would say, for Richard here.
I think Richard will be wanting to play f5 desperately. The problem with f5 is, well, firstly, in this position it loses a pawn,
right,
and secondly, it's going to give white the e4 square for one of his knights.
But could you go f5, trade everything off, and put the knight on f6 at the end, or is that too much?
Like right now?
Yeah, maybe I just crudely do it.
All right, take. Let's just do that, because that's winning a pawn.
Knight
also, by the way, I might chuck in this check.
Well, but I think the king's fairly safe on d8. Well, slightly safe, but.
Okay, but I was thinking maybe I'll put my bishop on g6 to hold my pawn.
And just be a pawn up,
Just
and
be a
I've got a
pawn
bad
up.
position. Yeah, I mean, so what move is black playing here then, Adam?
That's a good question. I mean, f5 is something I think he probably will need to be really kind of focusing on, because, as Danny says, without that without a pawn break of some sort, in some ways it's white who holds a little bit of the, you know, holds the cards here. He's the one who can play A3.
Straightforward plan here.
A3, B4.
Yeah.
He can consider F4, although I don't think it's, for reasons already mentioned, it's probably not a good idea. But there's also some expansion on the king side, possibly there with H4 at some point. So
I don't think you go H4. I mean, not yet, because that gives black a target. It's true that, yeah, maybe that is possible. But
let's just say that black tries to completely shut this down and plays G5.
Wow.
All right, I think white will probably go H4 now.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not A3?
All right, you go A3, I'll try and shut you down over there as well. Or was that just not going to work?
Well, maybe I can just go king F1 to
B1.
G2, right? Or king D1 to C2 is another route.
Yeah, that's also
I think that's actually very logical here, just to cast on the queen's side, right?
Right, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, A5 isn't going to long-term stop white from playing B4, is it?
By the way, somebody said Adams is down 40 minutes on the clock. It's only moved 13. Should we go back to the Adams game? Because I feel like
yeah, sure, yeah.
That's an interesting
I like white's position
observation.
here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I like the fact that you've got a plan, and it's not so obvious to me what black's plan is.
Could he go Queen G5?
I don't think it really matters what you play.
It's not going to change anything.
It's not going to change the
Just gonna
overall
move your queen
evaluation
away.
of the position.
Probably. Queen G3
I
or
could even
something.
take. I could even take, right, and go A3. As long as I get through my A3, B4 plan, that's all that matters.
Okay.
You know? Take and go F3, king F2, right?
So, he's not, doesn't look like he is down by 40 minutes on the clock, unless the times here are not. I mean, I would never, it's very, very rare for me to ever see Mickey Adams in time trouble. I mean,
I've seen him in time trouble.
Have you?
In a game of the Foreign when he was playing me.
Okay.
But
in general, like,
yeah,
he's not gonna be
it was
40
surprising.
40
He was
minutes
actually
down on the
winning,
clock
but
out of the eight.
missed the win because he was short of time.
Unless, okay, perhaps let's see. So A5 by white, that stops black from putting a thing on A5, whether it's the pawn or the knight is not completely clear. And that's also maybe designed now to play bishop A4 at some point, put pressure on the black knight. Bishop D7, rook E1, BC, who likes to clarify, like you said, ED, CD, and knight B4.
Wow, that's a really impressive move, knight B4. I mean, the first thing you think of is, isn't that blundering the pawn? Haven't I got bishop F7, right? But one thing to say is there's possibilities of black going D5 in response when you go queen B3, maybe moving the king and taking on E4. Okay. So he's clearly calculated this very well. I mean, it's a very brave move going knight B4. I'm very impressed with that move.
Just to show that, so white could now take on F7 with check. King F7, queen B3 check, winning the knight. However, let's say we go D5
I'd be scared of this, by the way, Adam. Wouldn't you be worried? Like, if you calculate this line, wouldn't you? I'm impressed that he's actually gone for this. Given
I
that
think I would, and don't laugh at me, please. Go there.
Well, the computer seems to be laughing at you. Maybe there's some kind of queen B1 in the air, right?
Ah, queen B1 in the air, right? Okay.
Take queen B1.
Yeah. Okay. Take queen B1.
And if bishop F5, there's G4. Oh no, there's rook G4, right? But still, it feels very suspicious.
Okay, so what else are we going to do here as black? If we go D5, queen B4 looks like it's probably forced, but it's a good move. And then we've given away this square for the check at some point.
Maybe knight BD5 is what he intends. Or
Wow.
king F8 is also possible.
Oh,
Maybe knight BD5. Looks
Knight
a bit weird.
BD5. One thing I thought, if king F8...
Well, knight FD5 also. ED5.
One thing about this
B8.
though, can't white go knight H4?
Yeah, I don't think king F8's on the agenda. I think it's some kind of something into D5. This is what he intends, right?
So, okay, let's just show that. So, if we now put our knight, just give it back like that way. ED5,
Now rook b8.
Well, okay, I
Yeah,
don't
sorry.
have to play ed5 because I can leave that for as long as I like. But if I leave it too long, I suspect you might go something like bishop e6 and take with your bishop. So let's just say we chop it off. And you suggest a rook b8.
Queen back to a2. I've got rook b5.
Queen back to a2, rook b5, and you're going after this guy.
Also, queen a8 to d5 takes d5 is coming.
Queen A8 as
Beautiful
well.
coordination. I think he's seen similar ideas like this before. That's why knight b4. He calculated knight b4. You know, a lot of understanding in middle games and openings is based on previous experience of studying line. That's why I think it's one of the biggest differences between super GMs and maybe sort of lesser mortals like myself. Is they know like the ins and outs of their openings very, very well. You know, they know all the ideas. There are not many holes in their opening repertoire. There's a lot of chess theory I don't seem to know. I think we've seen with a lot of players like Harry Grieve, Wadsworth, etc. Their opening preparation is very good, but it kind of runs out at some point. He's gone d5, which is not a bad move actually. It's kind of shutting, it's cutting off the knight on b4 from potentially rejoining its troops.
Although it can just, I mean, it can jump into d3
Right.
straight away, which I think I would be very tempted to do here.
Yeah, good move.
And then you're going to probably put your rook, I would think, on e2.
Rook e2, yeah.
And one point here is that black can't yet win this pawn because knight takes, I think knight takes, rook takes, and bishop takes a7.
Or queen d3 as well.
Oh, sorry, of course, queen d3 as well. Yeah, it's a little bit more obvious. But obviously now we can move the knight to another square. So we could put it on c5, for example, or maybe trade on e3 first, then put it on c5.
Yeah.
Might be a bit more logical. Something like take knight c5. Then you would imagine probably bishop c2.
Sure.
This looks like a fairly natural sort of sequence of events.
Yeah, very logical. And then c6 maybe, try to break.
Well, I was a bit worried about c6, knight c4. I was a bit worried about this for black. I thought maybe bishop b.
Can I take on d5 now?
Take on this one.
You just hit your knight somehow. Oh, right. Okay. Maybe not.
Don't know.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
rook
you're right.
e6, perhaps. Then maybe e5. Could be good.
Yeah.
It's got not some like
Yeah,
something like
d5. I mean, is there... What happens if you, just out of interest, what happens if you took on e3, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Like, rook takes.
Yeah.
Could you go c5 and just anchor that knight? I love having the knight on b4. I love it. But I suppose now I'm running to dc, knight c4, right? Or maybe not immediately, but some in general, I suppose.
Yeah, there's a couple of options here for white. Obviously, I mean, he could just play DC to, if he's going to obviously do it, then it's going to keep wake his bishop up as well on b3. I was thinking maybe knight c4 again might be another option. Although that does drop e4.
Apparently, bishop f7 was the right way, by the way.
It was the right way.
It was the way, as they say in the Mandalorian.
Was that good, the Mandalorian?
Very good, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, it's got a baby Yoda in it.
Is you a big Star Wars fan, Danny?
Yeah, I love Star Wars.
Dude.
You know, came out a year after I was born, 1977, right?
It did, indeed. Yeah.
Starring Luke Skywalker as Luke Skywalker. No, Mark Hamill played Luke Skywalker. Harrison Ford played Han Solo. Carrie Fisher played Princess Leia.
Yeah.
Darth Vader was voiced by James Earl Jones.
You youngster. Apparently.
Yeah, so I think bishop f7 was the move. So if you just show that line again.
Yeah, sure. So knight b4, bishop f7, king f7.
That's why I was slightly surprised
Queen
that
d3.
he would allow this.
And then what was the best move?
Knight bd5.
Is that the best?
That's the best. ed5.
Yeah.
Queen b8. But
Queen b8.
Queen b8, yeah.
Okay.
But giving an edge for white, queen c2. Not a huge edge, but something. You know, the black king is looking very spare. With that, you've just got a couple of pawns.
Yeah.
Talk about Star Wars, also Space Invaders. Your shield's been ruptured.
Your bunker.
Well, your Death Star's been ruptured slightly. So yeah, I mean, I was really surprised he allowed this bishop takes f7, but Harry has played d5, which is a very kind of wet response, I would say.
So
And you're not going to take down the Emperor if you're playing like, you know, d5. I would say not going to take down Darth Vader.
bishop b5, is that a decent move?
Well, apparently
No.
knight d3 is best. Knight d3
and then following the sequence.
Rook e2,
Yeah.
knight c5. Don't
Nice.
even bother to exchange.
Don't
you know?
bother to exchange. Just go back to c5.
Keep
and
it
bishop
spicy.
c2, and then
Maybe now bishop b5, right?
now bishop b5. That makes a lot of sense.
Controls
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of squares.
Makes a lot of sense. Bishop b5. I don't like that actually. I don't really want to allow you to go bishop b5, but do I have to? Like if I went bishop c4, I think you might eat my pawn.
d5 just feels like a bit of a negative move for me. You
Think you're going to take that, aren't you?
you're killing your own bishop on b3. Killing the potential. I hate killing the potential of my own pieces. You're destroying the potential of the bishop on b3, which is a great piece in the Royal Pairs. But still, it's an equal position, very much to play for. Obviously, partly Harry would have it in mind that he wants to play a solid game. He doesn't want to get involved in tactics because obviously he's playing Adams. So I think maybe there's a fear factor involved. Would you say?
Yeah, I mean, there's I've certainly felt it myself when I've played Adams.
Yeah, same here. I mean, it's very tough to play against people like that because you just you're afraid of their reputation. But yeah, they have very quickly got an endgame, right?
Okay, so this is Jack Rudd versus Nick Pert. We said that perhaps it's not such a terrible pairing for Nick in the respect that Jack is going to most likely give him some chances as black.
Yeah.
And he has a very, I would think, I don't know how many times they've played before or the scores, but for me it feels like Nick has a good sort of general style to play against Jack. He's very, very like rock solid. He can be rock solid. Yeah. And when Jack just attacks him maybe and makes some slightly anti-positional moves, he's the sort of player who
he's a bit of a rock. He's a bit of a rock, isn't he?
Although in this one we've seen a slightly different approach, haven't we?
Well, I have to say with Jack, he seems to be playing a very un-Jack game, very sensible game, right? He's not making any silly mistakes, which is a good sign for Jack.
So we've got.
It looks to be honest with you, like this game's heading for a draw, but
So cool. So it started as a Tarash, Queen's Gambit type thing, semi-Tarash.
right, yeah.
And yeah, as you say, it looks pretty balanced.
I like this idea that Jack has bring the knight round to f4. I mean, the issue that White has is there are situations you can become worse with because the knight can go to b6. So bishop d4 was also a good move just to stop any kind of knight b6 where it would control c4.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I like the way that Jack's played this,
95,
and f3 is also a good move as well. But having said that, he's done nothing more than equalise with White, which goes to show how hard it is to get an advantage in these kind of variations. e4 is a good move by Nick.
Right. Yeah. So that's slightly changing the landscape in the respect that here, if White does exchange pawns, then Black has at least perhaps something there in that we've got an isolated pawn on e3.
Maybe knight f4 you could play here. I mean, I would certainly consider knight f4 now after taking. Or maybe knight f4 immediately, but probably take first and then go knight f4. Can I go knight f4? Yeah,
Knight f4 now, or you like to take first, yeah?
Yeah,
then
probably.
knight f4.
Although, yeah, maybe this isn't great. Yeah, Nick is this sort of guy. He's quite a subtle player, and he'll understand, or he'll think of a way to try and get some chances. He's a very good endgame player, Nick, actually. Well, he's just a very
He's
good player.
gone just knight f4 straight off.
It's probably a better move, actually, just not allowing the bishop into e4 where it stands very well, and you're not.
So that's, I mean, it's interesting to see this one though, isn't it? So it's possible here that black could just do this.
Yeah.
And then I think probably what white will do is not capture that pawn.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he will take the pawn.
You think he will? Not play g4?
Will g4 knight f6 though?
Bishop b1, knight d, bishop b1.
Oh, maybe you're right. What's wrong with taking the pawn? Is the pawn's just too weak, yeah? I would take the pawn. I'd say, well, look, 2 bishops. I don't care about double pawns. If I've got the 2 bishops, I'm winning the game, right? We already know that 2 bishops are most important thing in chess, even more important than checkmate. So, you know, it's game over, right? I mean, I don't think I'm worse, because I can always go like bishop b1 f5, unless you go f5 yourself, which actually, to be fair, is a good move. But then maybe you have to worry about bishop g8.
Right. So if black wants to stop white, maybe playing f5 now. Possibly needs to play it himself. Looks okay.
Although there's some line like bishop g8, knight f6, and if you trade on f6 and then bishop h7, yeah. I've got king g7, which is
show that take, and that's a nasty little trap of your own bishop.
But if you don't take the pawn, it's probably just a draw anyway, because even with the double pawns, there's not really a way. I don't think the black can win that kind of endgame. I think knight f4. I think this is very much heading for a draw, to be honest, unless Nick can really come up with some kind of miracle.
I don't think he'll do that. I don't think he'll take on f4.
Can he go? Can he stick something on e5? Sorry,
yeah.
Adam.
Yeah.
Like instead of taking on f4.
He's gone knight b6.
Oh, knight b6 is logical, right? Yeah, clever move.
So that one stops something arriving on d5, whether it's the knight or the bishop. I'm not sure. I think that's maybe what he was worried about, like possibly knight d5 check.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
So knight b6 stops that, and if bishop d4 now though.
Yeah, bishop d4. Knight b6. Engine is given a very tiny edge.
For black.
For black, yeah.
Does it like my bishop d4 or not?
You know, you never guess what the top move is here.
Okay, well if I never guess, then got no chance, have I?
Does anyone in the audience can guess? White to play. What's the top move according to the engine? Sorry?
F takes e4? Suggestion from the crowd? No. Bishop b1?
No. Goblin share on the chat said g4, also incorrect.
My bishop d4?
Nope.
He asks, hopefully. No.
Bishop d. One's after bishop d4, knight c4.
I guess I'll take it and argue my case that your 2 bishops aren't as wonderful as you make out.
I'm already winning the game. I won the game. Yeah, I won the 2 bishops. Bishop d4.
Yeah,
Who said that?
That was
I think that was Adam's suggestion as well. Yeah, but it's not bishop d4. No, knight e2. Nizahi's got it right with it. Nizahi's cheating as well. He's like me. h4 is the top move.
h4.
But white's still tiny, like 0.1 of a pawn worse. But obviously, objectively speaking, it should be a draw anyway. I mean, even if you went bishop d4, right? That was a guess. I don't believe in Nizahi. No.
Do you have a paying audience sitting in front of you?
Yeah, they're paying fortunes, thousands to be here. They've got executive boxes.
He's gone bishop d4.
Is that worth a book for the young man?
Yeah. Do you want a book?
Absolutely. Young man, what's your name?
Andrew.
Andrew, please come and choose a book. Giving one away a day. Congratulations. Whichever you like. I spoke to John Merriman last night.
Oh,
He
yeah.
said how delighted James was to win his book.
Oh, nice. Good.
Glad that we've made him happy. Okay,
Yeah.
so this has happened, Danny. Look, it's happening.
Wow.
In front of our
It's
eyes.
game over.
It's game over, you think.
Well, game over is an
92,
exaggeration.
I like 92.
Yeah,
I think
92 is
that's an extremely
clever.
sensible move.
Very surprisingly, Jack played it immediately. This is a weakness, I would say, in Jack. It's almost also a strength, is that he plays incredibly quickly. Obviously, in certain situations, that's going to backfire. I think Keith Arkle, who's coached Jack in the past, said made a very important point. He said that Jack is perpetually in time trouble, whereas opponents have too much time almost. Actually, I was reading something about Capablanca the other day. We talked, you know, in his thing about when he was talking about Capablanca was quite cynical and would often offer quick draws and stuff. And one thing he said that Capablanca was not immune to kind of hustling tactics. Like, people got short of time, and he had loads of time. He just played blitz with them, right? Because he was a really good blitz player. You know, whereas a lot of, the general advice these days is if your opponent's short of time, you should sit on your hands and work everything out. Use that advantage. It's obviously logical advice, right? But it's interesting that Capablanca didn't follow that. He would just go, right, I'm better than this guy at blitz. I'll just beat them. You know, rather than, because I often find that very difficult. That's why I often find Jack a very difficult player to play against, because he gets you out of your rhythm, right? And you're behind on time, and you play a move and he responds instantly. So you kind of like, you're out of your rhythm. It's very easy to get into an ego battle where you're trying to, you know, be faster than he is, and then you end up getting into trouble. So yeah, I think there's like a lot of elements to do with time management that are quite interesting. But yeah, I prefer Black's position, but actually winning the game after the move knight c3 doesn't look very very likely.
Could Danny Black play something related to a5, or was that just really stupid idea? Like, let's say I take those guys off and then go a5.
Probably will just take it, actually, because
Yeah.
I'll say, look, the most important thing is I'm controlling c3 square, which is making it very tough for you to.
At least you're not going to put your knight on c3 now, I don't think.
Oh, but knight c3 bishop b4,
Bishop
right?
Well,
yeah,
no, actually,
that's a good point.
There's a funny trick here. Knight c3 bishop b4, I can go a6.
Right, very clever, yeah.
Bishop takes knight d5 check and win the piece.
Yeah. I mean, I think like Jack would be feeling fairly confident getting a result here, and he's like way up on the clock, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, but Nick's got enough time.
Nick's got plenty of time, and he's made a lot of moves. So, but it's still very uncomfortable. He's sitting there, you know, thinking while Jack is just responding instantly, right? And yeah, he took on f3, so obviously Jack will take that instantly.
Yeah.
And what will Black play? Maybe a move like f5 makes some sense, right? Or g5.
Well, I still don't think a5 doesn't make sense.
No, I mean,
if he's really trying to play for a win, then you are unbalancing things by playing a5, right?
actually, it's already given plus 0.7.
So Black.
Yeah, so maybe you're no, king e6 is top.
King e6.
King move in the endgame. Who'd have guessed?
And if knight c3.
Yeah,
now
good point.
a5 or
Maybe he never wants to play a5.
doesn't want to play a5.
Oh, you just want to try and win a pawn, right? Blair Chess says, if Nick doesn't win this, I will eat my hat. I wasn't aware that Blair Connell had a hat. Maybe it means baseball cap. Yeah, I'd say, I mean, Nizahi's giving 80% draw, or 50. I think 8% draw is way too high. Like, if it's already clearly better for Black and Nick Pert's clearly stronger player, there's still plenty of play left. I'd say, yeah, the probability has been draw is quite high, but not as high as 8%. 5% white win may be generous. Yeah, there's chances to overstretch as well, right? Anyway, we don't know, but yeah, King E6 apparently is the best move. I don't think. Do you think he'll find King E6?
I don't think it's that. I mean, I don't think.
Could you actually bring the king to F5 sometimes?
Special. I mean, there's other moves in the position.
There's other moves, right?
Why you need to.
Yeah, I don't think you need to find king e6, but he prefers black, I think, because of the two bishops, right?
Yeah. Let's go towards 2, shall we?
Yeah. Oh, Fernandez is doing well. Interesting. I mean, that's a big game. It's a big game, actually, because if Fernandez wins, he could be tied for the lead. A lot of them will be looking at the Grieve-Adams game and thinking, you know, we hope Harry gets a result, because we're worried. Well, certainly Daniel Fernandez will be, because he'll be thinking, I can't control what Adams is doing anymore.
Yeah.
Therefore, I need him to slow down slightly. I don't think, to be honest, he'll be thinking about that too much. He really would just be thinking about his own game. But do you ever do that, Adam? Do you look at like the tournament? You know, if you're in contention to win a tournament and you're looking around and looking at people's. It's a bit like if you're in golf and you're looking at the leaderboard, right? You're looking at the standings, and you're concerned about what other people are doing, or you just focus on what you're doing?
I generally wouldn't do unless it's like maybe the last round or last couple of rounds where it does obviously matter. Certainly it's a tournament like this, you know, you've got playoffs and things like that you need to factor in. But generally speaking, if it was any earlier than that, I wouldn't really be all that bothered, to be honest.
Sure.
So yeah, Stanley said here in this position after castles, White has a decision to make. He chose to go knight c3. Borna played d5, stopping that d5 idea by White. Take, knight takes, bishop takes, queen c2, c5, dc, and he took with his b pawn. That looks.
Yeah, I was wondering about queen c8. Like even there, maybe
Queen c8. Yeah.
Is that a move or is it just bad? Is it? Probably is playable.
Yeah.
Okay, so he took back the pawn, which is probably not too bad.
Why didn't he take back with the bishop, just out of interest?
Oh yeah, maybe he's concerned about knight g5
Knight G5,
ideas, right?
yeah.
And then you somehow.
Well, you're gonna have to go g6.
Yeah, but that's
probably,
ugly,
aren't
right?
you? It is ugly.
A rook d1 or something.
Rook d1 and put some pressure. Threat an e4.
Yeah. Generally, never want to go
awkward, doesn't
d6
it?
in the counter.
Bit awkward,
But
you know, b takes c5 is a bit. You know, that's a weakness on c5. So black has something there that he needs to think about. Rook d1. Hello, GingerGM.
it says everything Danny says is golf. Yeah, it's true actually. I've always spent too much time thinking about golf. I should have been a golf professional. Could have been between me and Tiger Woods and Rory.
Yeah, well, I bet you would have preferred to be a golf professional than a chess professional, wouldn't you?
Not really. I mean, there's probably very boring people in golf as well. But
Bishop g5, f6, e4. Okay, so intermediate move e4.
that's a good move actually.
Yeah, so
e4 is
so
clever.
he wants to put his bishop on e3, but he's going to gain the space first. So e4, bishop b7, bishop e3. King h8, rook c1. This looks better for white to me.
Yeah, Fernandez has got everything he wants here. He's controlling the centre. He's got an obvious attack. It's like you don't have to build up the attack on c5. You are just attacking c5.
Queen c6. Quite like his next move as well, knight h4.
Yeah, he's playing this well.
So the intention there is to play e5, and obviously he needed to guard his bishop in order to do so. So
He's driven the par 5. He's driven the par 5, and he's hit an amazing iron into the green to 10 feet so far. So Borna's made a double bogey.
Maybe still on the fairway.
Yeah, Queen b6 is a good move, but Borna will feel under pressure here, right? He'll feel under pressure.
I agree. Yeah.
Queen b6. It's white to move. I mean, the move rook d7 is kind of, you know, looks kind of obvious, right?
Looks kind of. Certainly.
What are your candidate moves here, Adam? What would you
rook
consider?
d7 creates a threat.
Rook d7, right?
Sorry, rook d7 creates a threat. Rook takes e7. So that is definitely a candidate move.
Fairly obvious one, right?
Fairly obvious one. As soon as
We like obvious counter moves,
we
right?
do. As soon as my opponent makes a move, I always think about what the problem of the move is. So I like to take that sort of stance. Is that I know that every move in chess pretty much has some sort of drawback to it. It changes the defense or position of something. So as soon as I see Queen B6, I also see the fact that now I'm stepping into a pin. Therefore, another candidate move here was A3.
But what about B4? Maybe
B4.
even just B4 immediately. Would that be completely ridiculous? I suppose it probably would be, but B4,
B4 straight away.
Knight B4, I think is a problem. Maybe.
So B4 straight away. He's played Rook D7.
Well, it's all kind of irrelevant now because he's gone, which is fairly by far the most obvious move.
Yeah. So there's another idea in the position as well. Apart from Rook takes E7, he can also play Rook takes B7 and follow it up with E5.
Somehow Borna's gone wrong here.
This does look, pretty.
I think he's gone out of bounds.
Pretty unpleasant.
He's gone out of bounds. He's had to hit provisional. He's gone a bit wrong.
Can I trap your Rook? No,
It's already saying winning for white this position, by the way.
Oh, you got to be joking.
What?
Result, Rud Pert wins.
What?
No. I think that might just be a poll that was done rather than he's actually won the game. I really hope.
Right. Was that a poll?
I think it's a poll.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Rather than actually the result.
Right.
No, they're still going. Okay, that's
yeah, I would feel a bit sorry. I would feel a bit sorry for Jack.
Chat saying Borna not paid his green fees.
I mean, Daniel is like hitting every single top move in this game. It's basically just like, yeah. I mean, it's just ever since about move 10, it's just got gradually worse for Black in this game to the point now where he's got a completely hopeless position.
Well, he's gone with Rook A8. That makes quite a bit of sense because now you don't have your Rook B7 and you don't have obviously Rook takes E7.
You know what the top move is here? I've mentioned this already, by the way. I've mentioned his candidate move, which I think,
B4 now.
B4 now.
So B4 now.
Can't take with the queen because B7 taken, right?
Okay, so just to show that, queen takes B4, queen takes B4, knight takes B4, rook takes B7, just wins a piece.
Oh, well, I'm guessing the idea is knight A6, we've got rook E7. Wow, just collapse.
Aha, knight takes B4, rook takes E7, very pretty move. And after rook takes E7, bishop takes C5. Collects quite a bit of material.
That's nasty, that is.
B4
That's really
is
nasty.
a very nasty move.
How long do you think he will see B4? How long do you think he'll take to play it? That's the only question. I'll be certain he'll play B4 here.
Do you?
I'm certain he'll play B4. B4, the best move is bishop C8, which is a really sad move.
Even if he doesn't play it, he's got a lovely position.
True. But he must. I think when he considered rook d7 and he considered the reply rook e8, he must have calculated this b4 move. I reckon he must have already seen this. I mean, he's basically just completely outplayed him in the last few moves. Going back to move 10, apparently, if you go back to move 10, maybe instead of c5.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to play b takes c5, then.
What do we think the top move is here, guys? What do we think? For black, what would you play, guys? Have we got any guesses? White to play, black to play here, black to play instead of c5.
One suggestion from the audience of knight d7.
Yeah, but knight d7, past pawns also said
as well.
Knight a6. It's not the move. F5. Charles on the chat has said it. F5 is the move apparently.
F5.
Which is an ugly looking move.
Square. It's an ugly looking move, isn't it? It gives away this one. I'll be pretty tempted just to jump in there straight away. But then I will realise that actually my move is really stupid because he just loses a pawn, right?
Oh right,
or does it lose a pawn? I think it loses a pawn.
I think F5 is obviously looking like a sort of weakening move, right? But maybe the engine just thinks you fiddle around, right? You go like F5, you got nice. If I go knight c6 immediately, there's a problem with E4, right?
Knight c6, e4, yeah.
So
I wondered about queen c8.
Queen c8, yeah, maybe
But
e4
now
anyway.
I think you probably should go e4 to stop queen b7.
This e4 move is really annoying for black.
Bishop back, and then I don't know exactly what I would play here, but bishop f4 maybe. Still looks nice for white.
I think we're seeing that Borna's openings with black do require. I think they need a bit of work because he's gone down a main line. He's not quite known it as well as he has played b4, which I was very surprised.
b4, okay.
If he hadn't seen b4, yeah,
Right,
it's what you expect.
Show that on the board again. So b4, nice move. It looks like that wins a pawn, Danny, doesn't it?
Can I go bishop?
Queen c6.
Queen c6. There's rook e7 and b5.
Rook e7 and b5. That's another beautiful tactic.
All the tactics are working.
Take some
white
b5.
here, right?
Yeah, that's a really nice move. Yeah.
Yeah, and generally it's known that if we get two pieces against a rook in the middle game, so the general rule is if you get two pieces against a rook in the middle game, that's a winning advantage. In the end game, a rook and a pawn against two minor pieces can be very effective. But if you get two minor pieces in the middle game, you're often winning because of the tactical elements in the position, the possibility of playing for attack. The two minor pieces are more relevant than the rook.
Well, I think rook takes e7 is coming against loads of stuff as well. I mean, even if I didn't fork myself by putting my queen on c6, even if you can't just take on c5 immediately, just rook takes e7.
What about bishop c8 though?
Okay, well then I'll definitely carry out my plan.
Oh, yeah, very nasty. Yeah, well, it's just winning then. It's just winning positions. So really looking like a great bounce back from Fernandez. Showing his class. I mean, I think before the game against Adams, we were kind of thinking he could win the tournament. Obviously, Adams kind of put him in his place, but
Still a lot, yeah, still time. Still time. He's only half a
still on a very good score and
he's
still
played Adams now. I know he lost to Adams, but he's got
exactly,
out of the
which
way
is a massive advantage over some of the other players. Like Nick Pert, for example, still has to play Adams. Obviously, you know, we're talking about Adams like he's some sort of god. He's not. He's a human being. But you know,
But he's not somebody you want to play.
he's not somebody you want to play, and he's the top
possibly
seed.
help
So,
Yeah.
what about Jonah? We haven't looked at Jonah. Should we?
I'll tell you what we'll do, Danny.
Or you want to go on a break?
Yeah, I think we'll go on a little break. We've been going an hour and a half or so. So break is, I think, sensible. Around. He's gone bishop c8, so I'm expecting now rook takes c7 and b5.
Nice.
To be played. Yeah, so we'll go on a break. We'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Okay, so we're back from break, and just give me 1 second. So yeah, we go back to the Mickey Adams, Harry Grieve Mickey Adams game, board number 1. This is a position we left after d5, and I think we were saying that the knight d3 to c5 was a pretty natural manoeuvre here. I'm just going to scroll my chat down so I see what's going on. Yeah, so somebody's asking about that particular game. So knight d3 was played, and then after rook e2, which we were expecting, Adams did take on e3 and then went knight c5.
But the top engine was
move was knight c5.
But it's a lot of these engine suggestions are kind of like, it looks more logical to get rid of the passive bishop on a7.
And Harry here made a very interesting decision. He just played e5.
Very aggressive move, typical Harry moves, very aggressive player.
Not necessarily, I don't think, a good move though.
You don't think it's a good move? It does weaken the d5 pawn. It weakens d5. Can after you take, knight takes. So Adams' thought process, he'll be going through the variations, he'll be trying to search for a variation. I think Adams is a very good player at diffusing pressure, solving the problems. Partly that's due to very good calculation. He's taken on b3, that's a very solid defensive move.
That one's going to be taken back, I would think, by the knight.
Why not queen takes?
Okay, play queen takes also, of course. And then what are you going to do against rook b8?
Or bishop b5. Now bishop b5 is d6, right? But rook b8 is a good move. Yeah, and if I go queen a2...
Yeah, point is here, if you now go to... I mean, you have to probably stay in touch with your pawn. And if you put your queen on a different square, then I think bishop b5 probably will come.
Right.
So Danny wants to go queen e2, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And now I think I'm going to just move my bishop anyway. And am I going to put it on f5 or b5? I think I'll put it on f5. Oh, you're going to play d6?
I don't know.
Yeah, you might play...
Or maybe I'll go knight c6 and win the exchange if you go
yeah. Yeah, okay, that's
Why
not,
can't you go
chess.
rook b5, and if d6 is bishop e6, right?
d5, and if d6, sorry, rook b5, and if d6 bishop e6 is not the winning move, but apparently there was a winning move there. Just rook takes e5.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think knight b3 is a very good defensive move by Adams. It's we've always said before that he's got this policy of, we always forget what the word is, but apparently it's
falsifying. I've got it now right in my mind, so every time you ask.
I always forget it. Falsifying variations, which is a very important factor in calculation. So the idea that you're trying to think, what is wrong with that candidate move? You're trying to think, is there anything wrong with that candidate move that we thought about? Like, say, from the white perspective, you would falsify the move d6 in that variation you just demonstrated because of the move rook takes e5. So Adams is very good at this falsification process. I think that's at the heart of his chess philosophy, the whole idea that he's a very objective and, very analytical player. And that's true really of all top GMs, I would say. They've all got that to a certain degree, and certainly none of them are guessing, right?
Yeah.
They've all got like, there's an element of danger built in, but I certainly think with Adams, he's very good at that. And it's kind of a unique style in a way. It's a little bit like Magnus Carlsen, that is somewhat counter-attacking, but I think this kind of position suits him quite well. I think if you take with a knight, can I go bishop b5?
Yeah, I thought you probably would do, which is designed now to put pressure on the pawn on d5.
There is a knight c6.
Knight c6, yeah.
There is a knight c6, but it kind of looks a bit ugly for white, right?
And if bishop takes c6, you have to take that back. You can't play rook takes e8 because the bishop takes e8, so you have to take that one back. And now if I start trading things off, I'll start by playing rook takes e3.
Yeah, it looks better for black, right?
And if f takes e3, I think I probably now will keep the queens on.
Yeah, I
something
mean,
like Queen E7.
I mean, I would have tried Queen D8 on the last move, Adam, just to try and maybe,
Oh, right, okay.
just to try and get something going against. But the problem is, I mean, I think there's like Rook D6, for example,
Rook D6.
and Knight C5. You don't really get because of
So I'm going to have to defend that pawn with Rook C1.
Knight D5 now. The
Knight
pawns are starting to look very
D5.
shaky, right?
And
Oh, there's Knight C5 maybe. Oh, no, Knight C5, Rook
Rook
C6,
takes
right?
C6, yes.
Yeah, I think Knight B3. I think Harry's just trying too hard to make a draw here, and he's kind of. It feels like he's just going for exchanges and hoping that it's going to be good enough to make
Can
a
I
draw.
play here though, Danny? Can I just play King F2?
King F2 is a good move, yeah.
Oh no, I can't. Knight B4 is super annoying. Because you're going to fork me. That's super annoying.
Do you think that with people like Harry Grieve and Nick Pert, that they won the British, do you think there's like a sort of black mark against their wins because people like Adams weren't playing? Or do you think that's kind of irrelevant?
Well, I mean...
Because it still shows in the record books that they won,
right?
right?
A black mark against them. I mean, they can only win, you know, beat what's
But in the sense that you're British
bad.
champion, but you know, you're British champion, but you weren't British champion against the people who. It's like the people win the European Championship, right?
Would you like to see, Danny, a British Championship where it's an all-play-all with only, let's say, the 10 best players in the country playing?
Not really, because I think that would be really boring. You know, I actually prefer it this format with the Swiss system, and you play lots of different people, lots of different kind of levels. But I think the only thing I would like to see more of the big boys playing. You know, like the David Howes, the Gawain Jones, the Luke Shades, because I feel like that adds to the tournament. What I'm trying to say is, you could argue that there's a slight black mark against Nick Pert's win in 2020, I believe. Harry Greaves win, even Rowson's three British Championship victories. People like Adams weren't playing. You know, you could make that argument, right? Yes, he won it, but then again, I can't make that. I didn't even win it, even in the years where nobody was playing, right? So,
Danny, good question from the chat. Is there a black mark against Sting Liren in the World Championship because Magnus Carlsen wasn't playing?
yeah, that's the same argument that I'm making, right? That it's a harsh argument to make, but I think it is a valid argument. Someone said, Welsh chess chat, big boys like Danny O'Malley. Well, obviously I'm not a big boy in the chess set. Yeah, I'm not one of the big boys, am I? I'm only 24, 30 these days and dropping like a stone. So, you know, yeah, but Harry Grieve, I think, is, you know, people said it was an upset win last year. I think with that field, it wasn't an upset win. I think he was the best player there, and I think he deserved to win it. You know, and he is a very good player. He's worth his rating. He certainly will become a GM. But the only argument I'm trying to say is, let's say you won it yourself, right? And none of those guys were playing. Would you feel that that slightly detracted from your victory? That's the point I'm trying to make. Or does it not matter?
Yeah, from my perspective as a player, yeah, I think it might do.
Does it detract from the prize money? No. 5 grand still. You can only beat people like that, can't you?
You beat the people like that.
About
Yeah.
people who don't turn up.
Yeah. Sure, that's the question you'd ask. Adams, why don't we turn up? And when you find the answer, then you have your answer. It's Matt Rice doesn't turn up.
Sorry?
Football, you get injuries and everything, right? You've played the team that's in front of you.
Oh, no, I'm not disputing that. All I'm saying is, like, let's say, for example, the European Chess Championship. Now, over the last, the time the European Chess Championship's been running, it's actually not that old a competition, not as old as the British.
Yeah.
Very rare that people like Magnus Carlsen play. Now, every time they have the European Chess Championships, like, for example, the last one, it was won by Alexis Serrano. Magnus Carlsen wasn't playing. People like Levon Aronian could have been playing, lots of other, Nepomniachtchi, for example, Caruana when he was representing Italy. These guys rarely played in European Chess Championships. Does that detract from, if you win European Chess Championships, does that detract from it? I would argue it does to a slight degree, yeah. Because I feel, the point I'm trying to make with all this, I'm saying if Harry now wins the British, with Adams in it, it somehow feels like a great victory because, you know, or Fernandez wins it because you're beating the guy who's like the top dog, right?
Of course, from his perspective, it would feel that bit more it would feel like a better achievement.
Yeah.
Of course it would. Of course it would.
But I feel like he's a little bit nervous here because he's played moves which are kind of, for example, if you go back a couple of moves, when he played E5, apparently the best move is a very calm.
Sorry, which
move 19, I think, or move 20. Sorry.
Yeah.
After the best move instead of E5 is to move Queen C2, keeping the tension. Very hard to do because when you're playing against a high-rated player, your instincts is to kind of like resolve the tension, right? And
but it just doesn't. It just looks like he's just given himself a weakness on D5 here. I don't. I mean, obviously there's some thought process there that he's going to probably land his knight on C6, but still it's going to end up a weakness if there's a pawn on C6. So I mean,
the problem is
why
the problem is like
Black's just going to go bishop
D5.
D5.
The problem is you're kind of making it easy for Black because like the moves that get a very good position are really obvious moves like bishop B5, right? It's like bishop B5 is not a difficult move to spot. So it kind of feels like maybe Harry's a little bit nervous in this game, right? Which is understandable, you know, we've already discussed this. I think there's a kind of intimidation factor when you face Adams, that he's like the top dog. So it's like, you know, I don't know if you've ever watched that film Scum, right?
No.
Well, you know, there's like a bit of the scene where he kind of like...
I've not watched it, so I don't know.
It's quite a violent film. He goes, I'm the daddy now, right? So maybe there could be like a scene where, yeah, Harry becomes the daddy, but in English chess. But it's not happening. Sorry, I'm distracted. Yeah. So it's a great film, by the way. It stars Ray Winstone. It's set in a ball stall. Knight G4 is a good move by Harry, like aggressive move.
So bishop B5 was played, and then knight G4 by White.
But is this backward C4 on a half open pawn or weakness?
Yeah, but at the moment it's not being attacked, whereas that pawn on D5 obviously can be captured.
Just imagine rook C1.
Death Train says that Harry Grieve has slipped from plus 0.7 of an advantage to minus 1.2. I think it all goes back to that decision not to take on F7. The whole point, play D5. The whole point of Royal Lopez is the light square bishop is. Sorry, can you just keep quiet over there? Sorry. Is the master, right? So bishop takes F7.
Yeah.
Was the move.
It was the move, yeah.
Like D5, it feels like you're killing your own play.
So what's Black going to do in this position then, Danny? Do you think is he going to take on G4? So I mean, the point of knight G4 is obviously if I take with my queen on D5, I'm going to hang my queen. Tonight takes F6. If you take on E3, I'm going to obviously capture back. I would think with the knight. So by that sort of process of elimination, knight takes G4 looks like the most logical move.
Yeah, I mean, Queen D5 is a move that we could. What's the term again? I keep forgetting it.
Queen takes D5.
Yeah, Queen D5 here for Black would not be a good move.
D5, yeah. I mean, knight takes D5.
I mean that is a sensible move. Yeah,
it's definitely possible.
Do you think he's lining up a knight H6 here? Probably not, right?
I mean, it crosses White's mind that knight takes H6 is something in the sense that it opens up the king a little bit. The first move. Well, no, is it the first move? I don't know. Rook takes E8 is going to be has to be met by bishop takes E8, which is something, I suppose, in that the bishop's gone backwards, but I can't immediately see a follow-up to that. Rook G3 is a move to set up knight takes H6, but it feels like it's a bit of a grasp, if you like, air to me anyway. I don't know, maybe King H8 or...
Yeah, King H8, very sensible move.
King H8.
Even King F8 maybe, I don't know.
So if knight takes... So that there's no immediate, as far as I can see, refutation of knight takes d5. Okay, let's have a look. Rook takes e8, bishop takes e8. And I can put my queen somewhere which looks pretty nice, like queen d4 perhaps. But I don't really see it. It's like a temporary problem, like queen d6 maybe here for black. Just put the queen on a good square.
What was wrong with that knight h6 line again? Knight d5, knight h6.
Knight d5, knight takes h6. Okay, so I'll take you there.
Rook g3.
Rook g3, and if I go king h8.
Yeah, I'm just kidding my vibe, bro. Yeah, maybe this is rubbish. So I don't take an h6. But what happens if I just went? Yeah, I'll go rook e8 then. I'll go rook e8. I feel like rook e8 is the way.
Rook takes e8. Alright. Queen, so bishop takes e8 is forced.
Yeah.
Queen d4.
Some kind of queen move,
Yeah,
probably.
Queen d4 or queen f3 perhaps.
Queen f3 looks natural. Apparently the best move is knight g4, by the way.
Is it? Okay.
A knight takes g4 is by black, yeah. Just clarification again. We always keep saying clarification.
So let's see the difference. So if I play knight takes g4 here.
What are you playing now? Can't we take with a queen? Because rook e3, queen d5 is horrendous for white, right? So maybe you have to take on e8.
Yeah. Bishop takes e8, I would imagine.
Not necessarily.
No?
But yeah, probably, yeah. Let's say we take with the bishop.
And now h takes g4.
But still d5 is weak, right?
Rook b8, for instance, looks like a pretty sensible move.
But then knight c5?
Queen d6. Knight e4, queen e5. It's good for black, or queen g6 even.
Maybe rook, yeah.
I like rook b8. Knight here, queen d6.
Very important decision for Adams. Should he take on d5 or should he take on g4? Like, I feel like these are the two. Obviously, these are the moves. You narrow in on these kind of moves, and you effectively you dismiss everything else, right? So you're taking on d5 with a knight, or you're taking on g4. I think those are really. You don't really want to take on e3 because knight takes.
No, I don't think so. I think that's fairly easy to rule out. And I'm going to lean towards Adams taking on g4 here. I think he will play knight takes g4.
As somebody said, Harry came above GM Nick Pert, who currently the 5th best player in England when he won the 5th British. Yeah, I agree. No, he was playing good players. I was in that tournament. Harry beat me. But I would say that people like Adams and obviously David Howe, Wade Jones, Luke McShane, is a bit of a difference. But at the same time, yeah, you can only beat who's in front of you, so it's kind of irrelevant, really. And yeah, we talk about Dig, you know, won the World Championship. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen isn't there, wasn't playing, declined to defend his world title because he was so sick of spending months preparing computer lines in lots of opening variations. So does that detract from Ding's achievement? I would say it probably doesn't, because at the end of the day, you can only beat who's in front of you. If they choose not to play, that's not your fault. You know, that's ultimately what I'm trying to say. The record books still show your name. Harry is a lot stronger as a British champion than some of the players who won the tournament back in the 1960s, 1970s, I would say. So whoever you're playing these days, it's a tough field. You know, like everybody's a good player. There's so many good players around now that you can't get a weak field in a tournament like this. But at the same time, I still say, you know, obviously people like Adams, they are a little, that's kind of stating the obvious, but they are a little bit stronger. So you know, that would be a really great achievement to win a British Championships with someone like Adams or Howe in the field.
Question from Christina Cage. Who's the guy with the hair in the banner behind you both? That is Tony Miles, Britain's first Grandmaster.
Yeah, a great personality. I've met Tony on a number of. I played him over the board actually. and he was a great player.
Yeah, sadly passed away too early. What year?
I think he died in 2002, and he was about he's about the same age as I am now. But he had diabetes. I believe he died of a heart-related condition, probably related to that diabetes, and I think he had type A diabetes actually. And he was due to play a league match, and somebody found his body. But he was a great player, and he was the first British chess champion. He was the first British chess grandmaster. I believe it was a race between him and people like Ray King.
He did a lot of coaching as well. Did a lot for sort of junior chess at the time.
Yeah,
well.
Yeah, that's right. And he was a very unique character actually. He played a lot of chess. He would go from tournament to tournament. He was one of the strongest players in the world, in the 1970s, 1980s. But I think he kind of fell off a little bit because he had a very famous match against Garry Kasparov. And this was back in 1980s. Garry Kasparov was looking around to play a training match, and he decided he wanted to play against Tony Miles. And Tony Miles lost that match by the score of 5.5, which is a massive crush. And he said he couldn't believe the number of variations that Kasparov was seeing afterwards. And it was like, you know, he expected to play the world champion. His famous quote was, "I expected to play the world champion, not a monster with 1,000 eyes." It's a very interesting quote.
Nice story. Okay, we left the game between Jonah Willow and Eldar Gasanov in this position, and we were trying to decide where this knight on F8, the knight on G8 would go. And you were favouring maybe knight F6, which is what he played.
Right. Yeah, I like knight F6.
White played knight E3, bishop E6, knight D5. That looks like a pretty logical sequence.
Yep.
Knight E7. So the battle is really kind of revolving around this square here, and black is, I guess, going to take that guy off next move if he gets a chance. So we had knight takes F6, bishop takes F6, bishop E3. White's not too worried about doubling his pawns, something I think we came across in an Italian opening earlier in the tournament, didn't we? The fact
that's right. Yeah, you're not afraid of the capture.
You're not
because you
particularly in this position with this pawn being unguardable by black pawns. So bishop G7. A4 gains some space, so it's a little funny, like we've gone H4 and A4, so slightly unusual to see that combination of moves. Castle, A5, Rook C8, A6, okay, persistent with the pawn.
Yeah.
B6, Bishop E6, FE6, that's an interesting decision, very interesting decision there, because naturally you would feel a little bit reluctant to make that exchange, of course, because that's giving black a couple of things. Not only is it giving him extremely good control of D5, which now you can never use, but it's also giving him an F file, an open file. And we talked already in this game about the fact that open files are at a premium because of the closed nature of the opening. And so to me that looks like a bit of a surprising decision unless there's a very, very specific tactical point to it.
Yeah.
And if you look at what's happened, so pawn takes knight b5, obviously hits the a7 pawn, something's going to have to be done. Queen d7, c4 is Willow's idea, and now black has just gone king h7, stepped away from, well, given the pawn on h6 a little bit more protection. Would you just be able to close the door on the way out, please? Thank you very much. And queen g4. I'm a bit surprised by that decision by White.
Yeah, but I think Jonah's quite a straightforward player, and I think he just, if he likes the position, he'll go for it. You know, I don't think he's a guy who's going to spend like ages worried about lots of alternatives.
Well, okay, let's in this position play knight c6 as black.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, I agree with you. It's hard to make progress. By the way, Kevin Winter said he played Karpov, but he went D6, not A6. So what match was that in, Kevin? Was that Linares you played him? So I presume you played him in a symbol, right? Trying to be ironic.
Who are we talking about?
Kevin Winter said he played Karpov.
Oh, he played Karpov in a sim.
Yeah, they're simultaneous.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Well, knight c6 I think is an extremely logical move. Like you number one, you now release any pressure on this pawn. You might be playing knight b4, hitting d3. Knight d4 is a move coming into consideration, and black just has a long-term break in d5 now, which he didn't have before. I don't really understand White's decision.
You hate that. You hate that.
I don't hate it. I just don't really understand it.
Don't White play H5?
Yeah, you can. I'm going to go g5.
It's hard to make progress, right?
Well, okay, so take. You can go h6. I'll just move my bishop away.
I don't like
Take on this
taking.
here. I'll just go here.
It's not enough. Well, it's knight d6 there. Oh no, queen f2, right.
Queen takes f2.
You can castle, but it doesn't look convincing. Queen f4. Yeah, I don't think you. I think that's too rash. I think what White could try and do is, for example, try and build up with g3 f4. But it's quite hard to do. Quite hard to do that, right?
h3. Okay, so
H3 is clever.
I'll guard this pawn to start with. And if you go with g3, I'll go queen f7 anyway.
Yeah, or rook f6 sometimes for black is also a defensive option. If you tap the pawn. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's true. I mean, it's probably still equal, but you think that maybe there was a way that White could play for the advantage, right?
Yeah, possibly. All right, let's look at Jackson and Hebden on board 4. All these games, according to the evaluation bar, look pretty equal on the top boards currently. So this game, this was this strategic Spanish, slow Spanish, I suppose you might call it, with the pawn on d3, not d4. And we had this AB, AB, knight g3, logical move, bishop c8 we saw. And I think this is the point we left this position. We were kind of considering bishop d2 here for White, but he went bishop de3. Same sort of idea in the respect that you're guarding your rook on a1. You don't have the threat of bishop takes a5 and bishop takes f7, but at the same time the knight on a5, as we see in the game, moves anyway back to c6 off the edge. c3 logical, bishop d7, okay, bishop b3, rook a5, interesting move, probably a pretty clever move in the respect that here black is trying to utilize the a file play, probably queen a8 in a minute.
Yeah.
And then maybe even queen a7, rook a8 to triple his pieces.
Right.
Just to try and force the issue, if you like, on the a file. So rook takes a5, knight takes a5. I imagine bishop a2. No, bishop c2.
Yeah,
okay.
bishop a2 is better though, because
Was it?
bishop. It's a little bit like we were saying earlier about this Harry Grieve game, where he's not utilised the bishop so well. Like that bishop on b3. This is the star piece for White in the Rana Pez, right? And they're kind of hiding it away, like they're ashamed of it. You know, like bishop a2 is a great move here for White. c4. Let's say you go c4 for black, try to blunt the power of that bishop. Knight f5.
Knight f5. And if I exchange those guys off,
Just take back. Tremendous position for White.
really.
Well, d5, e5 seconds. You could never really cut that bishop.
So if I was, let's say, to try and prepare that with bishop f6.
Yeah, you could. I don't know, but I mean, apparently this was the way, right? I mean, it
I'm going
feels.
to try and make your star piece a little bit sad here.
How you gonna do that?
Well, by playing d5.
Oh, okay, but isn't that dropping a pawn at the moment anyway? So you're not threatening d5.
I'm not threatening d5 at the moment. You're right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but apparently this. Maybe I can go g4, right? G4.
G4.
It's probably too much. But you know what I mean? Like, I kind of see where the computer's coming from. Like bishop a2, bishop c2 is like, it's not a great move, right? It's like.
I was wondering also about maybe if I didn't want to play g4 and kind of give myself that long-term problem. I know you're going to hate my idea because I'm giving up the bishop pair, but if I was to, I don't like it quite as much as I thought. My idea was to take on b6, take on c4 and play queen d5. Put my queen on a nice square, but I think maybe in that position you take with your knight first. Bishop c4, bc4, and then there's pressure on b2 in exchange for the potential weakness on c4. That looks okay for black.
Yeah, but anyway, he went bishop c2, which is not that bad, of course.
No, c7.
But here again, bishop c1, like he's going backwards. Why is he going backwards?
Bishop c1's an odd move, isn't it?
Again, knight f5. I think it comes down to understanding that knight f5 is actually not a bad move here for white.
Yeah, I also, again, this we talked a little bit about it earlier, especially now that the queen's gone to c7 and you can't go bishop g5. What about going knight h2 now?
He kind of did that in the game, but this knight f5 crude move, yeah, but knight f5, let's say I go knight f5 immediately instead of knight h2. Yeah, it's not bad either. The point is that let's say you take and you go bishop f6 trying to, yeah, knight d5, but now maybe bishop c1. Right, and then let's say you went queen d7 trying to hit the pawn.
d4?
Just d4.
Yeah.
And this is very nice for white. And if you went bishop f6 instead of say knight d5, and now I go knight h2, and suddenly knight g4, you know, I'm making use of my pieces. So I think this bishop c1 was like a shocker move. Well, not a bad move actually. No, it's not that bad. But
I mean, you can still go knight f5 unless you're going to stop me.
But I think it's just this understanding. It's true. I'm not sure I would have gone knight f5 either. I must admit, I probably would have played like James did. But yeah, apparently this is all a bit wrong. You know, what white's doing, which is kind of instructive because you've seen the avowed bar dropping, right? White was better, and now it's dropping. And knight f5 at some point is like the way forward.
Yeah, you can see by the times as well. I think probably James is not completely comfortable with the position. Doesn't quite know what to do. It's down below 20 minutes, which I'm a little bit concerned about because they've only played 22. Sorry, they're now up to 25. There's 15 moves to play. Okay, but in terms of the fact there's no kind of clear and obvious plan. You know, there's plenty of opportunity here to fall into time trouble as well. I would say, from
yeah, but do you know what I mean? Like
he's gone knight f5 now.
A lot of it is to do with understanding, I feel, and understanding. You know, chess is about understanding different positions and understanding that. You can play that move. You can play knight f5. You're not worried about the black centre. You know. Okay, let's say anyway. He's done all this, right? Who cares?
So take, and now he's taken with his queen.
Has he taken with the queen? Why not take with the pawn there? By the way, how bad was that?
I guess d5.
Ah, now d5, right? And if knight g4, maybe h5 and bishop
maybe
g5
h5
or something.
Or f6 even. Can I play?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just cement my centre.
Yeah, true. So taking the queen, which has some logic behind it, right? Not a bad move at all. Somebody said social leper was my nickname at school. I'm not surprised, judging by some of your comments. No, I'm only kidding. The snooker championship, you mean the World Snooker Championship?
It's always in April.
It's normally in April.
Always in April, always in Sheffield.
It's in Sheffield, which is fairly close to here. It's not that far away, Sheffield. Sheffield is in Yorkshire, by the way. We're in Leicestershire at the moment, which is like the...
Do you like watching the snooker, Danny?
Not really, mate. I think it's a little bit like chess. It's all been worked out. It's like, I don't really like watching chess either, but I particularly don't like watching snooker. But... snooker's kind of, yeah, it's boring, isn't it? It's like 70. I was watching it earlier this year, and it was like they're cheering. The commentators are going crazy because somebody's made a century break, and I'm thinking, how many centuries have we seen already? You know, it's like it's not actually that interesting, right? Because there's so many. Wow, Jack Rod's just gone horribly wrong. Poor old Jack. He just hasn't got the ability to
slow down
and just grind out these results. Yeah.
So we left this position after we looked here. Takes, very balanced. King e6 he played. Okay, that move, Danny, that was...
Blair Chess called it, by the way. Blair Chess called it. He said he'd eat his hat. He doesn't have to eat his hat. It depends. You might want to eat. If your hat's a chocolate hat, you might want to eat it, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Good point.
Bishop c3.
C3, okay, intending presumably to give a check on d5. F5, F4.
F4 looks a bit wrong as well. I don't like that move. It's like you're creating a weakness for no reason. There was no threat by black.
He's kind of fixed the pawns now.
So
bishop e7.
you're just making black's task that little bit easier, right?
H4. Check here. Okay, king's coming into E4.
Yeah, because you're already in a situation where you know you're only a couple of moves away from resigning. If black went king e4, king d3, you're already probably resigning the game, right?
Yeah.
So that's not what you want. You don't want to put yourself under pressure like this.
In this position, the reason I think that Nick didn't go king e4 here, for example, is I think the white would just go king e2 and just eject that king next move with knight. Well, maybe even knight e5. He might not even eject it, but of course he can with knight d2 check in a minute. So Nick played bishop c6.
Yeah.
King e2, bishop e8. That's a bit mysterious to me, but long term, I guess he's just waiting to see what white's next move is.
Sure.
Bishop d4.
Right.
Still looks okay for white. H6. Okay, logical to prepare g5. I would certainly have considered h4 here to stop that idea, to discourage that idea. But bishop g7, he's played g5.
Right.
And now what is he blundered now? Bishop takes pawn is a blunder apparently. So it's a blunder because after bishop h5, king e4 is the threat.
Ah, right. Even though you might be losing lots of pawn on the king's side. Even though
you might be losing lots of pawns. So after bishop takes
just irrelevant
g5,
to the c pawn.
You can... Well, there's a couple of options for white. No, there aren't a couple of options for black. I'm talking rubbish, aren't I? He's just going to take and go king e4.
Isn't that all fairly obvious, though, right?
Well, obviously it's not as good as something else because yeah, engine's changed its mind. Point being here now, if I was just to try and flick in g6, try and queen my pawn, you're in time to take and go back and go back.
I mean, this is a problem with Jack Rudd and the speed that he plays. Is there's just no accuracy involved a lot of the time, and you can't play chess like this. It's just.
So what should he have done? He should have he should have just played. He's obviously just missed bishop h5, I imagine. Just
slow down, you know. But how do you do it? That's the thing. If you've got this compulsion to play fast, how do you slow down? Maybe he could get some super glue and super glue his hands to the chair. You know, a little bit like the stop oil. So he could play chess and be like a stop oil protester at the same time.
Why would you play that?
Yeah, because there's some situations where you need to slow down, and this is one of them. You need to play this endgame with subtlety, which Nick has demonstrated. Unfortunately, Jack has failed to show any real subtlety in this endgame. In my opinion, it's all been very straightforward. Caveman, crash, bang, wallop.
This is actually, I think, quite a clever. Like I said, it's a bit mysterious to play bishop e8, but actually, the more I look at it, the more I think, well, actually, it's just a pretty clever idea. You can see he's going to go h6, g5, bishop h5 as a plan. I
like your h4 though, shutting it down, right? You got to put some kind of barrier in your opponent's intentions.
Yeah.
And h4.
It's possible you can still barrier. Go h6, g5. Was that just no good anymore?
But okay, there's also maybe potentially going bishop a4 to c2 if black. Had no other way of making progress. He could maybe also consider bishop a4 to c2.
Yeah.
These guys will just keep grinding, right?
I was thinking that maybe White has a plan now of bishop G7 and then knight G5.
That's kind of what he did in the game, right? But he just did it maybe too quickly.
So let's see what's happened. Nothing's happened apart from the fact that
so I think like tomorrow I'm going to buy Jack some glue, and during the game I'm gonna glue his hands to the chair so that he'll have to think on certain moves.
So let's look at the game Matthew Wadsworth versus Lan Yao. We saw this one and we thought that probably C3 was a little bit dodgy.
Yeah.
As a move, as an idea. Aren't we looking at Eggleston-Pert? Why do we need to look at Eggleston-Pert?
Oh, we'll look at it at some point.
We did have a look at it earlier, didn't we?
We did. I think we'll go to that. We'll go back to that at some point.
Yeah. So Queen C2, F6, Knight D3, Knight C6. Okay, that was a good suggestion from somebody in the audience.
I think that was me, wasn't it?
Oh, was it you?
Yeah.
Was it you? Okay.
I am the audience.
When you were showing that game. Okay.
A3, right? Yeah, this is all kind of. This is all kind of.
A3.
This is all kind of normal,
B4.
Right?
Take. Bishop A3.
Rook B8, also kind of normal, yeah. But you kind of
Take.
You kind of collapsing on C3.
Take on C3. So that's a lot.
Yeah.
Sequence. That looks like White's won a pawn.
This is a bad Catalan for Black because look.
Sorry, won the pawn back, isn't it?
Yeah, you've lost. This is a kind of dream Catalan for White, bad Catalan for Black, and the reason is you've got all these weaknesses now. Like A6 is weak, C7 is weak. By the way, guys, I'm doing a masterclass later at 7. I'm going to show how to prepare. So if people want to turn up and do the masterclass later, I'll be more than happy to do a masterclass. I'm also going to be running a quiz. So there's going to be prizes involved. Hopefully there'll be a prize involved as well. Could be giving away some books. It's the best way to spend your 7 PM you'll ever have, right? But yeah, this is looking like a really bad position for Black.
I quite like here the idea of maybe playing my rook around to C5, like rook A5.
Yeah.
But then rook A5 is going to be met by Queen B6.
But then rook C5, right?
But then rook takes B3.
Okay. Maybe I'll give up my queen, rook C7, rook C8.
Rook C7, very interesting. I don't think you will do that, will you really?
No, I don't.
No, I don't think you will.
Queen C4.
Queen C4. B4, we'll have a little dance, shall we?
Maybe a bit of draw. He'll find a way to avoid a draw, but just in general, in the long term,
yeah, you don't
problems.
have to rush with rook A5. You could play.
No.
You could play. Could you maybe even? Thought maybe bishop F1 might also be an idea.
I'll be reluctant to give up that diagonal, though.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it's not quite.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm talking about Jack Rudd. It's very true that he has autism, which he's been very open about, and that is why he's not unable to spend longer. Because I think he's a very talented player, Jack, but he feels very uncomfortable. He's a very sensitive person, and he feels very uncomfortable sitting there thinking. As much as he tried to overcome that, he's been unable to overcome it. Autistic people are very sensitive people. Do you think I'm on the spectrum?
Are you a chess player?
I'm a chess player, so therefore I must be on the spectrum, right?
Instead of rook a5, can you go rook a4?
Rook A4 is a very sensible
is a
suggestion.
really sensible
We don't
suggestion.
like sensible suggestions.
We don't. You've already won your book for today.
Come on, man. Yeah, I think sensible moves, you're absolutely right. Sensible moves will... Blair Chess says on the spectrum, the full rainbow. Do you remember that TV show, The Rainbow?
Yeah,
with
of course.
Jeffrey and Bungle,
George and Zippy.
What a great show that was.
It was good, that. It was very good. Love that one.
Yeah. Do you think chess tournaments are a little bit like a Rain Man convention? They're like an autism kind of convention, right? Or do you think that maybe, yeah? What?
I like this move now I think about it. What about that move? Stopping queen b6.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of choice here for white. Whatever he chooses is going to be unpleasant for black to face. It's just positions like this you don't want to have as black. You're very passive. You've got no active play. It just looks unpleasant, right? It just visually looks unpleasant. Should we have a look at Yi Chen's game? Because I think Yi Chen we haven't really looked at as well.
Let's just, I know we didn't look at it. We didn't look at it earlier.
Oh, hang on. The Eggleston game's gone very, very wrong for David as well.
Has it? So we left that one. Where did we leave that one? We left this one. We thought white had a nice position after knight d2, didn't we?
Can I name all the colours in the rainbow spectrum? I think there's actually one of these kind of things, these memory mnemonics.
Yes. Richard of York gave battle in vain.
Gave battle in vain, which means red, O is orange, Y is yellow, G is green, B is blue, I is indigo, and V is violet.
Well done.
So, like, for example, black isn't a colour. Black is the absence of colour, right?
Right, so in this position, Richard's just threatened g4, and g5 looks like a move that the engine doesn't like.
Well, I would have gone f3. I think this is a problem.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking earlier that I think this is David's weakness, is that his positional skills are not on a level that you would hope. And I think this is a good example that g5 is just a bad move from a positional perspective. It gives away certain squares. A more patient player like Anatoly Karpov, I think, would have gone f3 there and just patiently built up with move like a3 and b4. G5 I just don't like. It just feels
a bit rushed, doesn't it?
It feels rushed. It feels like a move that if you don't win immediately, it's just a wrong move, right?
You've given your opponent an open file for starters.
You've given him certain squares.
Searching for anyway, and that pawn on h4. You know, there's a combination here. Not only is the pawn on h4 potentially a problem. Look, is there maybe a problem of this guy arriving on f4?
Could we be seeing a Pert versus Pert pairing in the offing? A Pert versus Pert clash. All Pert pairing.
I think they're always very unhappy with Pert versus the Perts. This is with a Pert versus Pert clash. Although,
by the way, somebody asked me how would I do against CJ Des Moines quizzes. Probably not very well, to be honest with you. I think CJ was one of the eggheads, and although he wasn't quite one of the absolute top eggheads with people like Kevin Ashman and Pat
Wilson,
Pat Jacobs, I think it was.
Jacobs.
Many times world quiz champion Kevin Ashman, probably the Michael Adams of quizzing, right? Or even better, like Tiger Woods or
Magnus Carlsen.
The Magnus Carlsen of quizzing, yeah. I wouldn't have done very well against CJ either, because it's, you know, these guys were professional quizzers. But I think CJ was more there to kind of add a kind of glamour, kind of. But he's still, you know, a much more experienced quizzer than me.
CJ played chess too. Yes, not only did CJ play chess, he was the president of the English Chess Federation for a while.
Yeah, there was a famous kind of incident at the, I believe it was it the Sheffield British Championships, maybe the British Championships in Sheffield, where he wore a T-shirt to prize giving. He kind of had a bit of a falling out with Laura Barnes because Laura Barnes asked him not to wear that T-shirt or something like this. There was some kind of incident involved. T-shirt gate it was called.
Yeah, so we didn't necessarily like this decision of g5. You see there, as I suggested there, that knight h5 is just a really logical move coming into f4, and David felt obliged here to trade off the bishop for the knight. So bishop takes rook, takes queen g3, queen g4, take, f3, back to d7. Now this pawn on h4 is going to be a permanent problem unless he can go knight f1, knight g3, h5 very quickly. But I suspect like they'll just go knight f6 to stop h5. if that happened.
Hmm.
So castles, knight f6, rook f1. That also looks a little bit strange. Black should probably just move the king e7 and play rook h8, you would think. Yeah, king e7, f4, rook h8. Okay, knight g4.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I mean, he's absolutely butchered a very promising opening, David. It's not been a good game at all. Like, and the problem is, Richard's a very good counter-attacker. He's a very solid player. So if you give him these kind of chances, he will take them. And he's played this well. He's played this part of the game very well, I think.
What? I don't understand the next, like, I don't, so Richard took on f1 and David played knight d2.
No, that can't be right. That can't be right.
Cannot be right, especially as the next move is bishop
Okay,
g4.
somehow we've made a mess up on this. But I can imagine that they've got the position they've got on the board, but I don't think they've got it.
So somehow we're going to have to create the position on the board. So you would think here probably rook takes...
yeah, transmission
rook takes
error,
f1
right?
probably happened instead, and then...
Let me have a look on my trusty phone.
rook h6.
Adams is
I think this is how it
went.
went. e5, bishop f5 is the position, which looks like it's on the board.
Yeah.
So black's now up an exchange. White's trying to use his central pawns to create some counterplay, but with those knights, the king looks like it can sit if it necessary on d6, of course. Okay, so that something's happening there. So it's updated itself, don't worry.
Yeah, yeah.
On this.
So this is the position they've got. Yeah.
So the only thing
It's already busted for white. It's game
I
over.
would be thinking maybe I could try and hit the f7 pawn, like ed6, king d6, knight g5 might be something, but then I think even we can just take on h4 probably.
These Perts are so lucky. Their opponents get great positions and they just horribly blunder. Did you ever feel that? Because you're the same generation as the Perts, right? Did you ever get annoyed by their luckiness? By their fortune?
Did I ever get annoyed by their luckiness?
Or did you ever get annoyed by them personally?
I often got annoyed because they got selected for World and European Junior Championships ahead of me.
Oh, ahead of you. Right. Okay. No, I mean, I'm good friends with Richard and...
No,
Richard's a nice guy, actually. He works in the city.
They were actually a different international year from me. I was born in October. I think they were born in March.
Ah, right.
And so the international year groups, if you like, run January through to January rather than the way that they are in Britain, which is September to September. And so, we often actually went to events. I guess they probably got quite frustrated with each other getting selected for Worlds and Europeans ahead of each other, considering they were born on the same day. But
yeah, I think when they were younger, I know that Richard was about the same. I think they both had like very high ECF grades when they were younger. I think Richard was maybe even higher than Nick. He was like 220 something.
It was crazy. That year group was crazy. We had 5 players about the age of 11 or 12, and we were all 2200 plus.
Yeah, that's right. And who were the others?
So Joseph Conlon was the strongest in the year group. Cole Marr was the other one, who's an international master.
Yeah, but I think what Richard said was he was probably as talented as Nick. Well, they're twin brothers, right? So they've got the same genes. But Nick just worked a bit harder, and therefore he kind of surged ahead, right? Which would make sense. I remember actually watching an interview with Nakamura, and he said that he had a brother who was considered maybe more promising than Nakamura when they were both younger.
Really interesting.
Yeah, but he essentially only got to about 2200, 2100 of his brother, whereas Nakamura just surged ahead. Obviously, it's not the gulf between Richard and Nick that there was between Nakamura and his brother, because Nakamura became one of the best players in the world. But he said that, his brother was considered more promising, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
But I think it must be quite hard having a sibling who's also good at chess. Did you find out with yourself and Harriet you were quite competitive with each other?
Yeah.
And
Massively.
maybe you were jealous of each other and jealous of each other's results to a certain extent?
I was certainly jealous of her results, yeah. And I don't know if she was ever jealous of my results, but I was often jealous, maybe not so much of her results as the fact of the opportunities that she got as a female player. The opportunities, as I was saying before to you, like the World and European Junior Championships at the time was basically one selection place per year group, and we had this incredibly competitive year group.
That's
as
right,
I
yeah,
say.
like you said.
So I often wouldn't get selected for that particular event, even though I felt I was worthy of a place in it. You know, when I did play, I did well. Whereas Harriet,
now Harriet was like a couple of years older than you, or?
Yeah, she's born 1978. I'm born 1980, so she's two and a bit years ahead.
Because I must admit, I'm quite a jealous person. I'm quite glad that my siblings weren't any good at chess, because I don't think I would have been able to handle it if one of them was better than me. So I'm glad that they did something else in life. But yeah, going back to it's gone a bit wrong for David. So it's unfortunate for David.
It does look that way that Richard is in control here. You wanted to look at Yi-Chen Han and Ankush Kandawar?
Yeah, it's interesting because we haven't seen much of Yi-Chen, and he's certainly a decent player. And he's playing in this
I think Yi-Chen started with at least one draw, possibly two draws. Let me just check that. Yeah, two draws. Then he won, and then he drew with Andy Ledger yesterday.
Right.
So,
somebody said Andy was their dark horse on the chat.
Right.
Interesting.
Okay.
He's got a lot of work to do to get back in the tournament, I think. But
Northumbria Masters asks, I never knew you had siblings, Danny. Older or younger?
Well, I've got two sisters. One of them is 2 years older than me, and the other one is 5 years younger. So, you know, we have other Gormallys, unfortunately. But my family is half Irish. Some of the my dad's side of the family is from Ireland. So it's quite an interesting family history, actually, because my grandfather was he had to kind of flee Ireland because of the troubles in Ireland at the time. Because my great grandfather was called Patrick. He worked for an English landowner who was threatened by the Irish Republican Army back in the times of the Troubles, which is like the 1920s. I only found this out because somebody contacted me on Facebook who claimed to be a relative of mine, distant relative. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if have you ever delved into your family history, Adam? Like,
not really too much, to be honest. I do have members of my family who are very keen on that sort of thing, but
yeah, some people are interested in it, some people aren't that interested in it, right? I mean, I always find it's interesting to know where you come from, but obviously, if you go back far enough, well, it's stating the obvious, but we're all from the same, you know. I was reading about the dinosaurs recently, and I found that quite fascinating as well. You know, the fact that the dinosaurs, because these days we have all this kind of hysteria about how the world's going to end soon. But the dinosaurs lived for 150 million years, so how come we can't at least try and emulate them, right? So we're now in control, so we should be able to last a few million years, I think.
A few more years at least, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so back to the chess after that little tangent that we went off on.
I do tend to go on random tangents, so I hope nobody takes offense.
Well, we have the power, so we can do that, Danny. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So knight f3, knight c6, Spanish, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles. Open Spanish where you take on e4. Probably sort of from a theoretical point of view, probably not the top way to play as black. Would you say?
Oh, the open, right, Lopez. Yeah, it was famously played in the 1978 World Championship match between Korchnoi and Karpov.
Korchnoi, yeah. All right, rook e1. That's one option. I think the main option is d4, isn't it?
Yeah, rook e1 is a sideline.
You normally see d4, b5,
d4
bishop b3, d5, take, and then bishop e6. This is the main line.
Yeah.
When there's lots of moves, but c3, knight e, d2, queen e2, those are all playable, aren't they?
Yeah, rook e1 is interesting. I've not seen that move before, but
rook e1, knight c5, take, knight takes e5, sets up a crude, obviously, trick of knight takes c6. Something's going to be put on the e file. That's right, bishop e7, d4, knight e6, bishop e3, castle, knight c3. So black has the bishop pair, but it has the slightly fragmented pawn structure with the double c pawns. You imagine if black ever was to try and release that by playing c5, probably d5 would happen, you would think. Bishop f6, knight f3, rook e8, knight e4. Okay.
Yeah, I quite like White's position here, just because it plays quite straightforward. But
yeah, bishop e7, so we try and preserve that long-term advantage of the bishop pair. c4 looks like a good move. Knight f8. What's happened there? Why isn't my knight e4? Let's go c4, knight f8, queen b3, b6. Not sure I like b6. Knight e5.
He's got some kind of plan in mind.
Bishop b7.
Yeah, that's the plan, right?
But why doesn't white just play c5? Because of knight e6. I mean, I would want to go c5 and really try and shut that bishop down. Obviously gives away the d5 square, but it obviously also threatens something on f7. So it looks like black would be obliged here to play knight e6, and then if I was to now, let's say, play something like rook d1, then
feels like knight f7 ideas are in the air, but maybe it's too early for knight f7. Knight f7 you could also meet with queen d5 because queen takes, c takes, you hit the knight.
Yeah.
And
I
then,
thought queen d5 maybe here might be an option for black.
Yeah, good option.
And the question would be, can black sort of force the issue in some ways with regards to this pawn on c5? Because if he can't, then I think he's got a bit of a problem.
I mean, can you see that here it looks a bit like a Berlin defense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like a Berlin defense, but
here.
I think I quite like the way both players are playing this. The position they've got in the game seems very balanced. So interesting.
Okay, let's see what happens. So, rook d1, knight g6, take. Still want to play c5, bishop f4, bishop c8, and now d5. So now obviously not so sensible to play c5 at all because the bishop will go to e6 and d5. So d5, c5.
Yeah, queen g3 is quite a decent move actually, interesting move. And then good response by black, bishop h4.
I like the way you say you don't like a position based on the bar. Not sure about that comment. Queen g3, bishop h4, queen f3, bishop f5, g3, bishop e7, bishop e5.
Yeah.
That's the position we have in front of us.
Yeah, I think Yu Chen's quite a good player. He's quite objective, a little bit like Adams, you know, quite an objective player, I think. Very solid player. He doesn't make any big mistakes. Bishop e5, so what can black play here?
Maybe bishop to f8?
Yeah, I would consider bishop f8 or f6 maybe is also an option, but f6 might be a little bit too weakening.
f6, yeah, I guess the bishop would drop back to c3 probably against maybe both the moves, both bishop f8 and f6.
Yeah, bishop c3 is a good move. Maybe even bishop d6, you know, kind of starting to look a bit drawish with the opposite colour bishops. But I'd be slightly concerned as white because of the weak light squares around the king. Then long term, that bishop on f5 could become a monster, right?
Sorry, switched off a minute my brain there. Just
yeah,
say again.
You're probably just getting bored of me.
No, not at all. What did you say?
No, so that bishop on f5 is quite a... it could become a monster because of the light square.
Right, so something maybe like king. Queen d7 coming and then put it on g4, and so white might have to act quite quickly.
I mean, I don't think crude attempts like knight f6 work here after bishop d6, but yeah, I mean, it feels very sharp position, right? Bishop e5.
I could go bishop d6 here as well.
Bishop d6. I quite like your bishop f8 actually. I think that's a very sensible move, bishop f8.
Yeah.
Just keeping the tension, right? And doesn't seem to be any tactical ideas for white. So I think the long term,
c3 probably still, yeah.
Yeah, but long term, I quite like black's position because of these weaknesses around the king. You constantly have to watch out. Like queen d7 is going to be annoying for white, right?
Queen d7 is definitely coming. And I can't...
Or maybe just queen d7 here, yeah? Well, why can't I play
right,
queen d7?
so yeah, queen d7 here, yeah.
And then I'm already threatening bishop g4.
Yes, you are. Or are you?
No, maybe not. Oh no, there's knight f6.
That's a nice
oh,
trick,
you've tricked
actually.
me again.
Oh look, I mean, can I even like encourage you to play bishop g4?
You could. You could.
That's funny, like g4, knight.
But that would be
takes,
kind of
knight
telegraphing
there,
it, right?
Take.
That would be kind of telegraphing it.
That would be telegraphing.
It was almost
yeah,
like you're
exactly
prodding
right.
me. You're prodding me that you're going to go knight f6.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like a subtle practical move, is it, to play g4?
Yeah.
So, okay, white might be in time then. If that's the case, then white might be in time to play something like rook e3. Put my
Right.
rook there.
Yeah.
That would seem
Okay.
sensible.
Yeah, I mean, could black
Oh.
trade on? I mean, you know, if you
Right,
just want to make a draw, can you just? He has gone bishop c. Bishop d6 has happened, and then bishop c3, right?
Bishop d6, bishop c3. Okay, so bishop c3 was on the cards anyway.
Hmm.
Black's just got to make sure he doesn't fall into that trick. And I think he's probably doing just fine.
Yeah, maybe I would play a move like f6, just covering some squares. You know, can I go f6 here?
yeah.
How bad is that?
f6 looks okay.
Is the eval bar plummeting again? It's kind of depressing, that eval bar.
It is
it just-
depressing, the eval bar. Yeah,
It
you're right.
actually just makes you feel like a patzer, because every time we insert a move, it just goes, nah, I don't like that. You know?
I wondered now that you've gone f6 as to whether or not I can exploit the fact that g6 pawn's a little bit sensitive and maybe play something like g4.
Yeah, but now I probably will trade and then think later on your weakness. But I suppose you're hitting, maybe I can trade everything off and go queen e8. Can I do that? But I guess I'm only playing for a draw.
Why
He's
not
got-
switch the bar off? Northumbria Master says, well, actually, the first 2-3 rounds we didn't have the bar on at all.
He's gone queen
We're told
d7.
that
He's
people
gone queen
at home
d7.
like to have the bar on, which is why it's on. And people in the audience like to have the bar on, which is why it's on. It's not.
He's
fair.
gone queen d7, by the
We
way.
don't mind being depressed
Yeah.
by our.
Which again, a very
Sorry,
logical move, right? Queen d7.
Queen d7, right, yeah, instead, okay.
So
Sure.
queen d7. So what is white playing now?
Rook e3 anyway?
Oh, really? You're actually going to allow this bishop g4? Wow. But
Oh,
you've
why not?
already pointed out that knight f6 is winning. Incredible.
It's not quite so winning this time because I can put my bishop in the way on e5, but I just check that. So here takes bishop e5, but then I think we just
rook
take
e5,
rook
right?
takes e5,
Rook
yeah?
e5 is crushing.
Yeah, that looks good.
You can't do this.
And we just create the discovered attack on g7 or h8. So what will you do if I go rook e3?
Well, I'll be too honest. Why can't you just trade everything off and go rook e8? I mean, what's wrong with that? You know.
Trade everything off, right?
Yeah,
So
it's not
take,
really
take,
what you want. You want to keep the
take,
two
take,
bishops, right?
and rook
Or you
e8.
want to keep that. But I feel
Seems
like this is
sensible.
still fine for black. Just no problems at all. Maybe you can
Yeah.
even go like queen f3, f5 or
But
something.
black probably doesn't want fine here.
Yeah, no, I don't dispute that. But you've got a very comfortable game
Black wants
to win.
complications. Black wants to unbalance the game.
Is it queen a4 sometimes here?
Queen a4? So,
Like you were going rook e3.
right,
Can I go
right,
queen a4?
Okay. I think I'll still go rook e8, rook e1 though.
Oh, nasty.
Will I?
Really? Wow.
And the intention there is obviously knight f6 if you give me a chance. Let's say you take on c4 or you take on a2, knight f6 is coming.
But can't I just take everything
No,
off
if you
and
take everything
start
off-
grabbing pawns, right?
Well, okay, but I'm worried about your king. Sorry, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, queen takes a2, let's say.
Yeah.
Now I want to do something to your king side. I want to go...
All that matters is that the eval bar is saying 0.06. We can't be creative anymore. It's just saying that black's worse. I mean, white's
Is that
worse.
any good? I've got a lovely move coming up, Danny. You should
Ah,
probably see.
right.
I've got
Really?
a lovely move coming up. Look at
Queen
this-
f6.
Look at this one.
Oh,
yeah.
wow, what a talent.
Oh, it doesn't work. That's sad. That's very sad.
There's probably some queen b1 stuff. I mean, you could take and go queen b1, queen e4, right? So you take, bishop takes, queen
that's
b1,
so
king g2,
cruel.
queen
Yeah,
e4,
yeah.
and then it's just
Queen
like
b1 is very
By the way,
nice.
he's gone h4, which
Very nice
Which is-
reputation. Look at this though,
yeah.
just to show that. Take. Looks like white's mating, but then queen e4 check.
he's gone h4, which is a sensible move.
h4. Okay.
But of course, there's still this queen a4 stuff in the air, right?
This is also telegraphing the fact that bishop g4 doesn't work, of course.
Yeah, I mean, can I trade everything off and go like rook e8 or queen a4, or can I go queen e5? I suppose here,
Again, I
yeah.
don't think black will do that.
Well, you think he'll go queen e4 here, queen a4, which I think is very sensible, right?
Queen a4 here makes more sense, I think, than the last position, queen a4. Oh no, well, oh, there's almost a trick there. Queen a4, b3, queen takes a2, rook a1. No, that's no good. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, by the way, Adams is completely winning.
Adams is winning.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you want to switch to that game.
How on earth are they going to see that line? Not sure which line you mean there. Let's have a look at Adams. Well, yeah, we'll have a look at Adams briefly and then we'll go on a break. Because it's almost 5:30.
Good idea.
So let me just get the game changed.
Fernandez is actually making a meal out of it. I mean, he's actually, ironically, he's probably winning, but it's very tricky.
So we left the position here with the knight on g4, and black had a decision to make as to whether to take on d5 or to take on g4, both of which look good. He took on g4, which is what I thought he was probably going to do. So take on g4, and the game kind of followed well, it followed in the sense rook takes e8, bishop. Oh, he took the queen on e8. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Now queen takes g4, rook d8.
But again, we're seeing very
F4.
practical chess by Adams. He's just playing practical chess. He's not taking any risks. He's just playing putting his pieces on very sensible squares, but also backed up by calculation. It's not just intuition. It's a lot of it's calculation.
Yeah.
You
There's a question in the chat: is there a way to see the live games from the over 50s? Yes, they are on
pay-per-view, I think.
pay-per-view. You can find it on Chess24. You can find them on chess.com. Other chess sites are available. But yeah, they're also live. In fact, I think most of the tournament. I mean, it's only the top boards. It's not all the boards like the British, but I think most of the sections have some live boards for you if you wish to look at something else. We did cover one of the over 50s games yesterday towards the end of our segment or what have you. So rook takes d5, queen takes c7, queen e4. So really just playing for activity.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It's a very practical approach by black. So it's
Black's
already
now
very, very critical position for white. Very difficult position to play.
Yeah, black's thinking rook there. He might also be thinking something like bishop c6.
Shall I tell you what the
just to
top
line
engine
them up.
move is here? Shall I cheat again?
No, it's okay.
Well,
Check, king h7, queen g4, queen d3, queen g3, trying to be persistent.
But after king h7, right, if you go back and move,
Yeah,
right, queen g4 is a big mistake.
queen g4 is a big mistake, okay?
Big mistake. Terrible move. Right?
What should he have played then?
Well, what would you... Let's test the audience. Let's ask the audience, what should white play here? What is the best move to try and keep the game? Even though black's better anyway, but queen g4 is a losing move.
Queen g4 is a losing move, okay.
You're already busted. What would you guys play? If you're playing Michael Adams here, you're white in the British Championships, in round 5. The meat of the tournament, by the way, this is like the key, really these are the key games that really sets out who's going to be dominating the tournament over the next few rounds, which starting to look like it's going to be Michael Adams. You know, how do you slow him down?
Queen c3?
Nope. It's not queen c3, maybe rook g5 then, right?
But then I thought they would go f3.
Queen e2?
Queen d. Yeah, okay, that's finished, isn't it? Even.
Rook c1.
Rook c1. You're cheating, aren't you?
Good
He
suggestion.
needs another book.
No, only
That's
one
the
book to
correct
be given
move.
away
That's the
today.
correct move. Rook c1's the best move. Well done.
Well done, good suggestion again.
What's your rating?
2700.
Sorry?
1350.
Oh, you're
There's
better.
your
You're
50.
better than
That's
3050.
perfect. That's half. That's half of 2700.
You played a better
Getting
move
there.
than Harry Grieve, who's 2459. But then again, it's a lot of pressure. Like I say, you're playing on ball one in the British. You're playing against
That's more like it.
legendary Michael Adams. Rook c1 is the best try. Queen g4 is apparently really, like, that's just
Queen
game over.
D3.
Queen d3 is classy as well, because the idea is if, well, I mean, how do you defend a knight, right? Like, how do you actually do something with a knight? I mean, he has to go queen g3, which just leads to this dead lost ending.
Queen g3, and then we take, rook d3, rook b1. It is black to move. Is he just going to take that pawn on g3, Danny, do you think?
Yeah,
I think
you
so,
just
yeah.
take it, right? You just take it. It's like kaput.
And then what, knight knight d4 maybe? Stop bishop c6.
But still, like, bishop c4, maybe?
Bishop c4, yeah. Yeah. White really needs to get rid of this rook before bishop d5 happens, I think. So maybe like king f2, but just long term you're pawn down. And obviously bishop against
Knight
nut.
c5. And then,
Do you mean knight f5?
no, in the previous position, knight c5.
In the previous position, knight c5, but can I not? Okay, you can play that, but
Rook a3.
doesn't threaten anything. Yeah, rook a3 looks like a good move.
Harvest a pawn.
Looks like a good move, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking better grim for Harry, unfortunately. For Harry fans. But he will bounce back. He's very solid, very tough competitor. Yeah, it's just it's so tough when you're playing Adams. He's such a good player. So yeah, should we go on a break then? Shall we?
Let's go on a break. We're at 5:30. Just for those people both watching at home and in the audience, we're going to finish again today at 6:45 because Danny's giving another one of his masterclasses. So just to make you aware that that's the time we'll be finishing up.
Turn up for the masterclass, please.
Okay, we're back, and we left this game in a position where Adams was thinking after rook b1. We thought he would probably just take on g3, just be a pawn up, but he's chosen a different path. In the respect, he's gone bishop c4, knight c5, rook d5, which also looks quite strong.
Yeah.
This one doesn't immediately win a pawn. I mean,
Very surprising decision, right?
Harry's played knight b3. I was wondering about knight b7 and exactly what black was going to do against that. What black was going to do against that one. I guess the knight is just sort of sidelined, so to speak, a little bit. Maybe something like bishop to b5.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks horrible. It doesn't really seem to matter
bishop
what white
b5
does.
Doesn't look so strong.
It doesn't seem to matter
maybe
what
rook
white
c1.
does.
It just doesn't matter.
Knight c5, rook d5, yeah.
Knight c5, rook d5, but after knight b7, what's the move for black? For black? Rook d2?
Rook d2 is
Rook
actually
d2,
pretty
okay,
good.
yeah, rook
but-
d2. So point is now we're going to go bishop d5 and take on g2 very fast. There's not a huge amount that white can do about that. So knight b3 was the game. Adams could go into the rook and pawn endgame by just taking on b3 and taking on a5, but he's chosen not to do that. I guess you can do that anytime you like. You don't have to do it right this moment if you want to.
By the way, just an interesting point, why he didn't take the pawn on g3 earlier.
Yeah, sure.
It's worth pointing that out because it looks, I mean, you know, this is what I was saying about Adams with the whole, you know, process that he goes through, which is falsifying. You know, he's looking for the weakness in the variation. You know, like when you sort of tap a bit of steel, you're looking for like the weak spot, right?
Yeah.
And White has a good move here. Can anyone say in the
chat? So let's try to test
in
the
the
chat
chat.
to this time round.
By the way, Andy Ledger, we were seeing the post-mortem out there, crushed FM Chris Beaumont, who I believe is from the Bristol area, in 90 moves. So Sheffield versus Bristol, a victory for Sheffield. Although Andy's not from Sheffield originally, is he? I believe he's from Bedfordshire, yeah, like his brothers.
But for that member of the chat who fancies Andy Ledger as their dark horse,
I thought you meant you fancied him. Stop.
as the dark horse,
Oh,
maybe
right.
fancies him.
Who wouldn't fancy Andy? He's a sex bomb. But thanks to Chess Kibitza 2020.
Subscribing at tier 1, thank you ever so much. Do subscribe to Simon's channel if you haven't already. He's very kindly allowing us to host.
Yeah, there's a good move here for White.
host
Sorry,
here.
so I'm interrupting.
Fine,
but
fine.
yeah, but there's a good move here for
Good
White.
move for White. Nobody in the chat has suggested anything.
What would you play here, Adam?
My original thought was knight d4 was.
Knight d4 is the move, yeah.
Is-
Okay, so that is the
But why is it?
falsifying.
But Danny, why is it so special? Like
Well, it's
knight
not that
d4,
special,
bishop
but
c4?
apparently it's the best try, and White has a little bit of play here.
Can you play what knight f3 and try and trap the rook? Well, I mean, obviously the rook will be able to go
I think
back.
there's a difference between me and Adams, because I would have just snapped the pawn off without even thinking, you know. Like
Me
you too,
Me
yeah.
too.
I mean, it's like, do you know what I mean? It's amazing, really, that he wouldn't take the pawn, but
Right.
it's apparently the best move, you know.
Perhaps.
So knight d4, bishop c4, you go knight f3, yeah,
Yeah.
and the rook is somehow misplaced.
And after rook g6, are you going to go rook b6?
You probably go knight or knight e5 even, knight e5.
Oh, sorry, yeah, knight e5 now. Okay, let's try and do that a slightly different way then. Let's go here. Presumably king f2 is the point, and then rook f g6.
Yeah.
And
So
then
this
what-
is
maybe rook
b6.
rook b6
Yeah,
is not-
it's somehow it's not as easy as you think. So the way he's done it is absolutely the correct way, and he's effectively deprived Harry of oxygen. That Harry's got zero counterplay,
h5.
and yeah, h5 is also a very classy move.
Fixing the double pawns.
You're fixing the pawns, so you're preventing white from ever going g4. I think it takes a confident player to play this way, to play methodically like this, strengthen your position, play a move like h5, a lot of players would lack the kind of self-belief to play like this, I think. I know I would. I wouldn't play like this. I probably would have snapped the pawn off earlier on g3.
Yeah, I mean, you can see though here that it looks like that pawn on a5 we might be able to win without having to give up, or without even having to swap off the bishop for the knight, which is what we want as black. So we've got rook b5, knight d2 is the only move, and then he gave a check on e5.
Very, very classy play.
And a check on e2, and now I suspect he will take on a5.
So you're actually winning the A pawn as well,
Winning
and still we got this weakness.
You could also, of course, throw in this position another check. You could play rook c5 check, which makes a lot of sense as well. Just push the king to the b file, then take on a5.
Well, you could even swap rooks, right, and then somehow calculate that to win if you were being really
consider that, but
really sadistic.
I think.
But yeah, I agree with you. I think checking first is also very sensible.
And then taking, so king b3 you would expect.
You mean check, because you've got rook b5 there, Adam.
Sorry?
You've got rook b5,
sorry.
yeah.
Rook c5, yeah. King b3, rook a5.
Big problems. Big problem.
Or, yeah, you could check again. I mean, you could keep checking. You could put, I don't know if it makes
He has
sense.
just taken the pawn.
He's just taken the pawn.
Which,
okay.
I mean, there's just like, you know, sometimes there's no reason to be like, he was very intricate about not taking on g3, but somehow just, you don't need to be clever here.
Didn't need to be that clever.
Yeah.
So here now we are genuinely threatening to play rook c5 and rook b5 and take the rooks off. So, I mean, the only reason I did it, Danny, was because I didn't want to allow rook b6 check. But,
right. But f6.
Yeah, rook b6, f6, and it might not be the case that this rook is better placed on this side of the king, so to speak.
I mean, the thing is, even if you took the a pawn off the board, white would still be worse, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the pawn on
fixed.
g3 is weak, and also g2 is weak to the bishop.
Is going to be a problem, like if the knight ever moves.
I mean, I would be concerned about drawing that position, even if you took the a pawn off the board, let alone with the pawn on a6 as well. So, to be honest, I would probably resign the game here. But I think Harry's made it tougher stuff. I think he'll carry on. But obviously, he doesn't like his chances.
Okay, should we take a look at board 2?
He'll be very disappointed with this game, Harry. I feel like he feels like he could probably play a lot better than this. I'm sure he can play a lot better than this.
So this one, Fernandez and Derek Sharney. We thought that Daniel Fernandez was in complete control of this game, didn't we? Like,
well, he was,
winning,
but
easily.
he's making slightly a meal of the technical phase. But we've already known that he's a very good endgame player.
Where do we leave it? We left it all the way back here, move number 22. With
Yeah.
this idea that suggested of playing b5, bishop takes c5. So Derek Sharney's chose a different route. They played rook c7, take on a6, take on a6, queen back to c3. Probably a good decision.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 rooks for bishop and knight. Sorry, rook and pawn for bishop and knight. Yeah.
Right.
Although the pawns are.
Yeah, but it's dead lost position because, as I said earlier, we've still got a middle game. We've still got their queens on the board.
Yeah.
So effectively, you're dead lost here because you know the minor pieces should be very powerful. I mean, e5 does look like a very logical move.
Doesn't it? Yeah. e5.
Although
You've got to keep things closed. So f5. Knight f3. Okay. Rook d7. Apparently a mistake, but let's not worry about that too much for the moment because I think in general white is in control here. Anyway. h4. Logical. Give the king a square. Check. Take. King h2. Okay, pawn on c5 is dropping, I think, unless there's a way to save it.
He's gone queen b4. He's just trying to get the queens off, which is understandable.
Queen c2. Rook d7. Is he trying to use a tactic there? Bishop takes c5.
He just wants to
rook
swap
c7.
queens and try and make them. Maybe don't take the pawn, right?
But here, if rook c7, you can move your queen away, can't you?
Yeah, but I think he just wants to do what he did, which kind of reduce. Maybe instead of taking the pawn out of him, go back and move. Can I go instead of taking on c5? Can I go maybe something like knight g5?
Knight g5.
And then just like
If I go here,
well then I'll go for active play,
try
right?
Try and get me now.
Yeah, something like queen b2.
B2,
or,
queen 4.
Yeah, then I go back to C1. And then if you go to C4, go to A3.
Oh, we do a little dance.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I mean, I've got so much freedom.
I mean, also here, I think if I go here, you can maybe on Queen B4, you might even take it and take on E6 as well.
I feel like he could have just won the game like here, right, at this point in the moment in the game, because look at the Black King, it's terrible. I mean, it's, I think, a little bit casual by Daniel that he's allowed this endgame, which he didn't really need to allow.
So Queen C4 now forces the queens off. Does it force the... Yes, it forces the queens off, because if you try to checkmate me on the back rank now, it's not checkmate. You can just take it and come back with the queen. Okay, so it forces the queens off. A3. So we've got 2 minor pieces versus a rook here now. Rook D5. Bishop takes A7. Looks logical, but that is just going to be a swap of A pawns because rook A5 is playable. K5, take on A3.
But you obviously assess this as winning because effectively you are a pawn up in material terms because...
You are, yeah.
You know.
All the pawns are on the same side, so I'm not sure I would have done that. I'm not sure I would have done that as white. I think I would have left the A pawns on the board.
Yeah, that's also makes sense. But I think that I think the real mistake is allowing the queens to come off.
Bishop D6.
I think the real mistake. I mean, I agree with you that probably this is maybe an easier way to win, but
Although then maybe H6 and the knight can't quite get involved.
yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It makes it a lot easier if you keep the queens on the board. You probably would have won the game in like 5 moves time, right? But now you've got to you might have to grind for 100 moves, which to me is just a bit strange by white.
Yeah, sure.
You know, and if you were defending, would you be confident winning this as white against a computer?
No, absolutely not.
You'd probably lose it. We'd probably lose it, wouldn't we? Well, I think that's exaggeration, but do you know what I mean? It's like, but in the middle game, you could have just finished the game in like 10 moves. Yeah. So I think a really strange decision by Daniel to allow the queens to come off. Sometimes it's overconfidence. I think he's got a slight casualness to him, Daniel, sometimes. And like, yeah, that'll do, you know.
G4, that's logical. It's obviously the reason for bishop F3, it's forcing the exchange of those pawns. Take. Bishop D5, good square for the bishop. King G3, rook A4.
Torture this though for black, real torture. Like F3 is a good move. F3 is a good move. Just controlling, the bishop's controlling G1, so not allowing
coming
G1
into D6
check.
perhaps now?
Yeah,
okay.
Bishop D6, this is nice, but what is white's winning plan? That is the question. It's not that obvious, is it?
No, it's not that many ways of attacking those pawns, are there? Okay, so let's get to the position on the board. King here, bishop here, king here. Knight F4, bishop away. He's just going to sit there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Apparently this is this a bad move. Doesn't immediately.
Maybe knight D5. They can reroute the knight.
Takes.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Maybe knight D3 was good. Knight D3 to go to C5. I don't know. But I don't think it changes much.
No, I don't think it does change much. Look at what's happening is just not a lot is happening. Bishop A2, that's our position.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you make progress here? How would you make progress here,
I'm
Adam?
not sure I would make too much progress here.
But I think
so
there
I'm gonna have to do something with my knight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to play like maybe bring my knight to C3, try and cut your rook from defending C file, like put my knight on C3, my bishop on B4, and try and push my king in. I put my bishop on G4, knight on C3, bishop on B4, and try and play king D4, king C5, king D6. But I'm not entirely confident that that's all going to work.
Can you also maybe play for F4? Is that a way of making progress? Go like knight E2, F4, F5,
and then knight D4 and F5.
It's got king D2, right? So black still has got a very depressing position for black to play because all you could do is keep going back and forth. There's no way.
He's at least. I mean, it's not at least here. He doesn't have to think a great deal. It's not like there's lots to.
No, that's right.
Not to kind
which
of
is always nice, right? When you don't have to think.
not to worry about too much in the respect that he's just going to keep doing this. Well, he's made it harder for himself than he needed to. And
knight d3 is certainly maybe f4 now after bishop.
Just keep the pawn on
Oh, knight
f3.
c5, right? Yeah.
No, well, even that is good enough.
But how do you make
Why
progress?
is it good enough though? What's your plan going to be now? F4, F5 or what?
No, but match the king. You're going to match the king all the way around to d7 and chop off that one.
We can't I go rook a3 and then?
Yeah, this
Yeah,
move.
that's why you can always go bishop g4 to protect the f3.
Okay, yeah, that makes some sense. Yeah. If I go rook a3 here because you haven't got knights.
The knight takes pawn.
No, there's rook a2 check.
Okay, cool. So we'll keep on marching.
King c2, yeah.
Go across.
Yeah, it's true. If you can't take the pawn on f3, bad things. Maybe rook f3 now. How is rook f3? Is that a win?
Rook f3.
Because
That's a nice idea.
yeah, then it'll take on h5, and then probably you haven't got enough to win. Yeah.
Okay, we need to get the move on the right. When the knight goes back to d3, we can put the bishop back on g4 before we...
But can't I just put the knight on d4, play f4, and then break through with f5? Is that not a reasonable way to try and win the game, or what am I missing? I mean, I want to somehow do something with the f4 and somehow just win tactically, which I'm not totally happy about. But I feel like there's some kind of try at least.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that looks like a very logical plan. Knight to d4, f4, f5. Okay, whether or not you need to improve your king slightly doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea that Benjamin was suggesting, which is to bring the king up the board, which obviously a very good point. You need to use the king in the endgame. Because the king is, people forget how, I'm not very good at using my king in the endgame. One player who is Magnus Carlsen, who always will use his king in the endgame, and I think you learn that from a very young age. I think the earlier you learn that, the better.
Yeah, he's gone nicely too, Danny.
Yeah, he's following my plan.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to still be tough to win, but I feel like this is the way. This is the way, as they say in the Mandalorian.
Okay, let's check in, see what else is going on. Gasanov and Willow.
Yeah.
We'll just get to the position on the board because a lot's happened. 246, 246, material is equal.
By the way, he didn't play your move knight c6. He went slightly more passive, knight g8. Apparently, that was an inferior move. So that might have been the beginning of his troubles. On move 19, you suggested knight c6, which actually the engine preferred, said black was better.
Right.
But he tried knight g8. You should be playing in this, Adam.
Knight g8. Okay, you can understand the point is that he wants to maybe put his knight on h5 and f4. But when it goes to h5, we're just going to go g3, right?
Kill the knight.
It's not going to help.
White has a lot of
White
position.
played a funky move. Played bishop g5.
Yeah, that's very clever. That's a very clever. Jonah's a very sly player, I think. Very clever.
So he's going to
move.
take on f6 if the knight jumps there.
That's
which
a
he
star
did.
move,
Take,
I would say. Yeah, because I feel this is a big plus for White to get rid of that knight.
Yeah, then perhaps bishop g5 was missed.
I think he underestimated this, baby. Yeah. I think knight c6 was a lot better because you just keep a lot of tension in position, which I think would have been in Black's favour. Now this is kind of depressing.
It is a little bit. f7, gb3, can do what you like. Look there. Okay, can't go with f3 because of queen e6. Back f3. f2. It's not so easy to suggest the way that White's going to make progress, though. got to play f4 at some point. Yeah, open up some sort of file. Take, who else? Take. Rook g7.
Rook g7, hated rook g7.
King h3. Take. Bishop e7. That's where we're at. So says white's clearly better. So the knight's going to go back to b5, you would think here.
Yeah, no, I like knight c3. It's a very clever move, actually. Yeah, it's torture.
Is the knight going to go back to b5, and then at some point we might think about playing e5?
Yeah, but how do you defend as black against knight b5 anyway? Firstly, you have to defend against that threat.
Oh, I see. And your point is if bishop f8, you're going rook f6.
I don't really have a point. I'm just concerned about knight b5. So what does black play next? What's black's next move? Bishop d8? Or?
Well, okay. I mean, I can put my bishop on g5.
Right. Bishop g5, rook back to f1, say. And then or rook f3. I don't know which.
I think f3.
F3, right? Yeah. Control e3 square. Yeah. So now knight b5 next move, right?
Okay. So I really want my bishop there, but I'm not sure I can get him there.
Yeah, but I feel like really horrible for black because of this pawn on a6. Suddenly, we have had this position. We've got this position on the board.
d7. Okay.
And now I would expect the move knight b5 to be played.
Knight b5, d5, take, and take on a7. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't go d5, so you're very restricted in what you could do. Maybe you could play move like e5 instead of knight b5 is also possible, but I don't think you need it.
Very sensible to play knight b5.
Yeah, but how does white strengthen? How does white actually break through? Maybe just goes d4, right? Take and then come hit e6, force another weakness, another weakly move, and then you could like go knight d4, b4, b5, and knight d4 to c6, b4, b5. The total bind.
Right. So let's just show that if we can. So let's pass. It's not okay. Let's play some king g7, yeah. d4, take. Rook e7 is going to be forced at some point, and then he's thinking b4, b5, play knight c6, lock it in, and then play e5 if necessary.
Well, I just like the position when I go b4, b5, knight c6.
Okay, but now at least with my king on g7, I can put my
right. I thought it was white's move though.
Sorry, it's white's move, which means black's not going to be in time. It means black's not going to be in time, is he? Because bishop f6, we just go here and here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not immediately clear you break through, but it's real torture. That's real torture, that is. He has got knight b5, by the way, which is... I think Jonah will win this game. I've seen him beat
And this has happened.
Better players than Gasadov with white recently. He's a very strong player, Jonah. He's very surprised he hasn't got a GM dog, actually. I don't think he's got a GM dog yet.
You don't think so?
I don't think he's got somebody said maybe he has got a GM dog, but he's come very close. And I think he's another guy who's probably a future GM, right? Along with Harry Greaves. So who are the future GMs for this tournament, would you say? I would say Jonah Willow, Harry Greaves.
Matthew
Wadsworth, probably Yu Chen would be another one. I mean, out of the boards I can see, those are probably the only ones I would say, really. Also, the Major Open, Brandon Clark's played. He was clearly worse yesterday against a junior player.
Yeah, Brandon Clark.
But he managed to win. But Brandon Clark is another one. He's a very, very promising player. Knows a lot of theory.
I think we're going to see d4 here. But maybe I don't take you. Maybe I just go bishop f6.
Do you not think it's a very surprising decision by Brandon Clark to play the Major Open, by the way?
Well, not only the Major Open, he's playing the mornings as well.
Wow. I mean, that's really impressive. He'd have the energy to play the mornings. But it's surprising for me because I feel Brandon's a very good player. I feel he should be testing himself against the best, right?
Yeah. Well, he has been playing this Portuguese league, so...
yeah, but he's a young guy. He's got a lot of energy. I mean, there's no excuse.
No, but what I'm saying to you is he allowed to have two guys in any tournament he wishes. Can he have 2 buys in the British? He has to take in 2 buys.
Right,
He was playing this
I see what you're
Portuguese
saying.
league
Yeah, okay. I
tournament
didn't
and
know
had to
that.
take
Right,
2 buys. So I don't know if you would be allowed to
Okay,
do that. in the
yeah.
British Championship.
I think there was a case recently, but they might have changed the rules. But yeah, he's probably a future GM. Although I would say that there's been a lot of players in the past who we would have said that these guys, probably yourself was somebody who felt like you would have become a GM. It's not always that easy, you know, because life gets in the way. A little bit like, you know, people like 10 years ago said Ricky Fowler would win a major. You know, he's still waiting. They'd say Rory would have the Grand Slam by now, he's still waiting. I've got the golf, just in case Si's still watching.
I think probably Bishop F6 is a better try by Black.
Torture here for Gassinoff, I would say.
I
A
agree
horrible
with you.
position. A little bit like the Borna position, where Borna's really having to just play these passive defensive moves and hope somehow you can't break through. Really horrible situation for creative players to find themselves in, I would say. You want situations where you can be creative, not just have to play only moves to try and defend. Mark Hebden is putting some pressure on. Good to see.
Where do we leave this one? We left this one quite early. We had this Bishop F5, Queen F5, D5. Take G6 intermediate move. Queen takes D5. Take. B3, knight E6, let's just get to the position. Yeah, there's another couple there. Well, Ravi Hari is a GM already. Shreyas Royal certainly will come into that category.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely become a GM.
Knight A5, D5, B4.
I think we got Yi Chen in the audience, but how did you get on? Oh, nice.
Congratulations.
Well done.
Would you like to show us your game?
Yeah, do you want to go over it or?
Yeah,
or
I can.
yeah, sure.
Happy to, yeah.
I'll
I
have
know
a
you've
little
got,
rest.
you've got to work again later, so...
Oh no, I'm very tired, man. Sorry.
Okay, we'll just go on a very short break so I can get set up and we'll come back. Okay, so we're joined by FIDE Master Yi Chen Han, and you won your game today?
Yeah, I won.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Maybe you would like just to talk us through any important moments that you thought about. So you're playing Ankush Kandawal. I think we did check in on this game earlier. So
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a Spanish, so I was spending a lot of time in the opening.
Okay, in the respect that you weren't expecting E4, or he plays Italian, or
Yeah, he plays a Scotch normally, so I was preparing for that.
plays
so,
the Scotch. Okay. So
yeah,
open.
I don't play the open normally, but yeah, I thought it would be kind of stupid to play my normal line if he's playing something else.
If you prepare preparation, yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I thought I'd play this. And yeah, rookie one's obviously not the best move. D4 is...
D4, or we were looking at this earlier, the D4, B5,
Yeah.
Bishop B3, D5, take and Bishop E6 is obviously the main way to play.
Yeah.
Knight C5, take on C6, take on E5. You obviously didn't fall for the trap.
Yeah.
Bishop E7, D4, Knight E6, Bishop E3, castles, Knight C3.
Yeah. Here I wasn't quite sure how to play, because like, yeah, I thought this setup was quite strong because he has Knight E4 next, and I'm quite passive, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bishop F6.
Yeah, Knight F3 I found a bit strange. I thought Knight E4 was just logical.
And were you going to take on E5 or?
Yeah, I was considering either Bishop E5, and that was probably a draw, like D5 and Queen D5.
Yeah.
Queen D5, yeah, it's probably just equal.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but I was also looking at c5 instead of taking on e5.
Right.
But I don't know how good that is. It's probably also okay.
Is it okay if I take on f6 and go knight g4?
Yeah, I thought about that, but...
And then what, you just go queen e7?
Yeah, or queen f5 maybe.
Queen f5, okay, yeah. Okay, so that didn't happen.
Yeah, knight f3.
Rook e8, knight e4, bishop e7, maintaining your bishop pair.
Yeah.
c4,
Knight f8.
knight f8.
Yeah, somewhere
Queen
here I thought, yeah, I probably didn't play it perfectly. Queen b3 was strong. I think b6 might have been slightly
Yeah,
inaccurate.
I was a little bit concerned about your position
Yeah.
here if I play c5 at some moment.
Yeah, I was worried about that as well, yeah.
I don't know if now is exactly the right time, but
I think here c5 I was playing queen d5, so...
yeah, c5, queen d5, and then if queen c2,
I didn't...
yeah, it's dropping, but
I wasn't sure.
I wondered if perhaps like something like knight e6, knight e6, rook d1, queen d5
Yeah.
also
maybe,
is possible. Okay.
Yeah, but what he did was very strong, I think, because rook d1 now. Yeah, but I don't think he should have taken on g6. I thought here.
Just retreat or?
I think here it's c5 is very strong.
c5 here. Right.
Or-
and if I go
or it
queen
might be-
d5,
It might be f4 first. Yeah, I think it's f4 first.
f4 first.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't really know what to do after this one. Because I feel like I have to take on e5. I don't really
Why
have
can't you play c5? He's just going to go d5, is he? Oh,
I
sorry.
thought
Of course,
could
he'll just take it.
Yeah,
Of course,
that's
he
why
can,
rook d1 I think
Of
is
course,
strong.
of
So I think I have to take on e5, knight e5. But then,
yeah. Is this a viable move?
yeah, I also looked at this, but here probably just c5 anyway.
Just c5 anyway.
I don't have queen d5 anymore,
You
so
don't
I have
have
to
queen
take.
d5. You take.
But then d6 c5.
D takes.
It looks really
It's
sad.
just a really
Yeah.
bad bishop, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I think this position's really bad. So yeah, I thought after f4 I was probably in a bit of trouble.
Okay. So you're a little bit relieved you took
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah,
Bishop f4, bishop c8,
Yeah, this is-
d5,
yeah, c5.
c5.
It was still unpleasant, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think he missed bishop h4 probably.
Okay. Bishop g4. Yeah.
Yeah.
We looked at this.
And, yeah,
I
around
wondered
here-
if maybe bishop f8 instead of bishop d6, but maybe it doesn't make too much difference.
Yeah, I thought that was my initial move, but I thought queen f4 was annoying after bishop f4.
Queen f4 after bishop f8. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
bishop d6, bishop
I guess it's
c3,
just
queen
equal
d7.
yeah,
I wanted to. We were talking about this knight f6, like you
Yeah.
know, how I could make it
Yeah,
like telling us
G4,
knight g4, but then it's really sort of telegraphing that knight
Yeah.
f6 is happening. So I
Yeah, I
mean,
guess-
as of course h4 does. I thought white should go rook e3 here.
yeah, that was what I was expecting. I probably would have blundered bishop g4 actually. I didn't see
Really?
the idea, yeah. But
Well, we were hoping, we were worried, we were expecting that you wouldn't, of course.
yeah, I don't exactly remember. Maybe I saw.
We thought this position probably was fine for black, but it might
Yeah.
not be anything more than just fine, and you might have to liquidate, which I'm sure you didn't want to do.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Actually, at this point, I was probably happy with the draw.
right, okay.
But yeah, then I saw this queen a4 idea, and then I wanted
Queen
to
a4 idea, yeah. We were Danny was suggesting this queen a4. Did you not consider playing queen a4 now, or do you have to take everything off first?
I probably could go, but it just felt more logical to go rook on e8 first,
You
take
can
it.
take and go queen f4 now.
Take on e6.
Yeah.
Take
And
on
then
d6
queen f4.
and queen f4.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if I take on a2,
Yeah, but then.
or you just
queen
take on d6 and b6.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it would make more sense having a rook on the e5.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Does that mean that Queen F3 was a slight mistake, or were you gonna? Would you then? I mean, I imagine if I'd have gone, let's say Queen C2 here,
Yeah,
you
but
would
then
have gone
there's
Queen
G4.
G4. Yeah. Yeah.
It's all just slightly worse, I think, from white.
Yes. Okay. Queen A4. So he went H5.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Take, take, take.
Yeah, here, I think he was looking at bishop G7, but it doesn't work. My king just escapes C8.
Okay, so just to show that, so let's
Yeah.
say bishop takes G7, king takes G7, and if I start just trying to make a perpetual, you run
Yeah.
away, fast.
Yeah, rook E1 just, I think.
Q1, just king D7.
Yeah, you have a few checks, but at some point they run out.
Up there,
Yeah, there's no queen H4. So.
yeah. Queen G5, right, that was the move
Yeah.
that I immediately saw and thought, well, okay, that looks like it might be a little bit promising, but you have bishop F8.
Yeah, and I think here his best try is probably D6.
D6.
Yeah, I don't know how good it is, but like,
And your point is if I take, then
rook
rook takes D6.
yeah, I didn't see an exactly clear way to win. Probably just B5 anyway, yeah. There's no like rook H6, queen H5 stuff. So yeah, it should still be very good.
Rook H6, what do you want to play?
I'll just go B4.
And okay, then I thought maybe I could go rook H4. Is this just like fanciful that I'm thinking I might be able to checkmate you on the kings?
Yeah.
This probably is. Queen
I could
E2.
probably. Can I even just take on C3? No, I don't think I can.
Oh right, okay. Be very cold and take on C3. Yeah, possibly.
No, because I think you have rook C4, C takes B2, rook C1.
Yeah, but surely you check first and then take on.
Yeah, that's true actually.
It's a funny line, yeah. So
I
take,
think it would.
sacking the queen, rook E1 check, and C takes B2.
Yeah, you're not in time with rook H4, queen H5.
You're not in time, no. Yeah, it all felt a bit fanciful.
Yeah,
So, A3,
yeah, B5.
B5, rook C1, queen D3, bishop A5. So you're starting
Yeah.
to gain control of the position by the looks of things.
Yeah, I win this pawn. And then, yeah, he misses rook H5.
Oh, nasty. You have
Yeah.
to play F3, and then you've just got a permanent problem with
Yeah,
the king.
bishop F4 just is the final blunder. I think bishop B6 is still like, instead of bishop F4. I think I win another pawn maybe, but I think here,
With something like
rook
bishop
G5.
D6 or rook G5.
yeah, rook G5, then queen H3 I thought. Yeah.
Right. Bishop
And-
D6?
No, I think you can just take on F3. Because there's no perpetual, I have rook H5.
Okay.
But then, yeah, bishop F2 is still,
Yeah,
is really
it's
bad.
really bad.
But like, yeah, it's probably, oh yeah, rook
I mean,
H5 just
because-
wins.
Oh,
think.
H5,
Yeah.
yes. Queen G2 is going to be forced
Yeah,
and
and
just
then this end.
exchange them off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but after, yeah, I had just a nice mate after bishop F4.
Check.
Yeah,
Check. Check.
Yeah.
Follow the checks. Keep checking.
queen E2 was nice.
Queen
No more
E2,
checks.
very nice. You cover the square,
Yeah,
and the
Yeah.
game is up.
Yeah.
So resigns.
By the way, earlier, you know when you went Queen Bishop H4, right? Go back to that moment. I'm doing my.
yeah.
What would you have done if you could take on C7?
Yeah, I was worried about that, I guess. I,
I'm doing my cheating again.
yeah, I thought bishop G3 was kind of forced.
And then Bishop D8.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure which one was better. Probably bishop H2.
King H2.
Yeah, and obviously this position's really unpleasant, but I thought it was like holdable.
you thought this is holdable, right?
Yeah, yeah, because you can't. There's no like real way to where the knight has any good squares.
Yeah, it's only plus 1.6 or something.
Yeah, yeah. I knew it was pretty unpleasant.
Maybe can he go A3 and B4 there, or is that too slow?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe black just goes A5, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it kind of feels a bit unpleasant.
Yeah, yeah, but I didn't see it like immediate win, so.
Anyway, well done. Congratulations on your win. How many points does that put you on?
I think there's 5 rounds, right? So
5 rounds.
3.5.
3.5. So you had a little bit of a slow start in with regards to a couple of draws, and then you plus 2 wins and another draw.
Yeah.
So maybe if it's alright, will you just tell us a little bit about yourself, like how you got into chess, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I'm a FIDE master, and yeah, I come from the Netherlands. I was born there.
Right.
And I lived there for 8 years. So the first time I played chess was like in a park in the Netherlands, I think, with the like giant chess pieces. So
Okay. What sort of age were you?
like 5, I think.
5? Okay.
Yeah. And then the next year, I think I won the underage championships. So
Of Holland?
yeah, in the
Okay.
Netherlands, and yeah.
And when did you move to the UK?
I think when I was 9, I was already pretty strong, like maybe 1700. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And one question that we had in the chat is, have you got any IM Norms ambition to become a GM?
Yeah, actually I have all my norms, I think 3 iron norms, so yeah.
And you've got the rating, so presumably that's just you waiting to have your title confirmed.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, it should be like next month.
Next month, okay. And I'm imagining you have ambitions of becoming a GM.
Yeah, I'll try, but it's difficult. Like,
it's not as easy as it sounds, is it?
You need to be like incredibly consistent, and I still need to work on that, I think.
And do you have any GM norms yet?
No,
Right.
not yet.
Right. And in terms of chess, are you lining up to play a lot of events, or is this the only one of the summer?
Yeah, it's going to be a quieter summer for me, I think, because I have GCSEs next year, so
Right.
I will be playing the Youth Olympiad in the summer, but I think that's,
in August.
yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
For Holland.
Yeah.
For the Netherlands. Yeah.
yeah. So, but yeah, apart from that, I don't think I have anything.
That's a slightly shorter time control, isn't it? That
Yeah,
45 minutes per player, is it?
Yeah, yeah, but it's quite strong.
Do you have a strong team?
Yeah, I think the Netherlands is like seeded 4th,
Okay.
so it's pretty good. Yeah,
So looking forward to that one.
yeah,
That's good. Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations
thank you.
on your game. Good luck for the rest of the
yeah.
tournament.
Thank you.
Is it alright to come back?
Please do, Danny. Yes. So we're at 6:30. We'll be going for about another 10 to 15 minutes. We'll just take a quick look at the situation on the top boards. Yeah. And then we might finish up after that. So Mickey Adams has won this A pawn, and he has also, by the looks of things, got the G pawn, or not quite the G pawn, of course, because we've got this knight H4 check trick, but it looks very, very grim.
Yeah, interesting interview there with you, Chenna. I think he's a very promising player, and he's from my neck of the woods as well. Like, he spent a lot of time in Newcastle.
Yeah.
I first played him when he was like a prodigy. It was interesting that he was first learned chess in a park, right? Playing in a park, chess in a park.
Yeah, it's not normally there.
When he was 5, and then he was already winning like junior championships a year later.
The
That's
year
like
later.
incredible.
Yeah, that's
an
something,
incredible
isn't it?
talent. Like, you know, I mean, I can't get my head around that because I didn't even play any junior chess. And it's like, I do think he's a very classy player, and I think he will definitely be at least a GM, probably 2600.
Really?
Yeah, I get that feeling. You know, you get a feeling with certain people, but he's just got a very classy style, I feel. So yeah.
So yeah, Adams we think is going to convert that one and win and be up to 4.5 out of 5. It's looking ominous for the rest of the field. If
Oh, very much so. I think it's just looking over, isn't it? I mean, well, no, it's too early to say, but we're running out of rounds. We're only going to have 4 rounds left after this. So someone like... but there's still banana skin pairings, because actually I was looking at the potential. I think Mark Hebden, it could get a very interesting clash next round, where Mark Hebden could be white against Mickey, and we get like a double black for Mickey Adams.
Right.
Where this could be the opportunity here for Mark to really create his own legend, beat Adams.
In Leicester.
In Leicester would really, he'd be the most famous Leicester resident since Richard III. We could have the own sort of like Richard, instead of Richard III Centre, we'll have the Mark Hebden Centre. Mark Hebden Centre of Chess. So yeah, I mean Jackson has gone a little bit wrong in that, hasn't he? So I think Mark has chances to win. I don't even want to go to that game briefly.
Sure, yeah, of course. Yeah.
So at some point white was maybe better with the 2 bishops, but tricky position to play.
King's coming in.
I think F4 was maybe a little bit dubious by white, because it's giving black certain squares. Like, it's kind of obvious that black will now go for knight d5. I was kind of surprised by F4. I think he just wanted to clarify the position, and you know, we keep seeing this where people are like making these kind of nervy mistakes because they can't stand attention, right? They can't just sort of sit there. So bishop f3, check, king e2. He has got knight c2, which feels like a good move.
Yeah, you've got to guard the b pawn, haven't you?
So he's gone bishop d2. So now can't you just chop on b2, right? Or e5 is the other option.
Options.
But if you take on b2, how am I going to stop the b pawn from queening by white?
I don't understand why I can't just do that.
Yeah, I think you can. I think black is a lot better here, or at least in a practical sense. If you know, maybe white can defend, but it's a very tough task. I really don't like what Jackson's done in this end game. It was a tricky end game, but we're seeing here Mark is a great grinder. You know, he's a great sort of like, he's a great end game player. We saw that in the previous round against Dong. He's very tough, and yeah, somebody said Mark Hebden, my kingdom for a horse. What year was the Battle of Bosworth Field? Do you know that one?
No.
Does anyone in the audience know? I believe it was 1483, but correct me if I'm wrong. Or 1485. It was something around about 1485, maybe. Yeah. So there was I read a biography of Henry VII, Henry Tudor.
Okay.
He was a son of Owen Tudor, I think. He was a Welshman, Henry Tudor. But yeah, he was basically. It was very unclear about, at the time of the battle, who was backing him, and you know, he only got backed by a certain lord at the last moment. And yeah, it was a very kind of very knife edge. But once they got into battle, I think he won that battle quite easily, and Richard III was slain in battle.
22nd of August 1485, apparently.
1480 bit, correct.
That looked very good for Mark, didn't it?
I think he's going to win that one, and that's going to put him right in the mix, which we want, really, don't we? We want to see him up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, challenging Mickey Adams, who obviously Mark will realise that Mickey is in a different league to everyone else, but he will still give it his best shot. And in fact, he was winning against Michael Adams in the English Championships earlier this year. So we say that Adams is too tough. Well, Mark had a winning position against him. He didn't manage to convert, it ended in a draw, but, you know, I remember he said that Adams turned down a draw in that game. He was white, he offered a draw when they went into some sort of level win game. Adams played on. Adams messed up the position, it was a morning game, and Mark had a winning position, but he wasn't unable to convert.
Okay, so Fernandez and Derek Sharney, let's see what plan Daniel came up with. So knight d4. So interesting here that he chose to maybe spurn the chance to play, let's say, king d3, f4, f5, and instead chose a different route. That's a bit perhaps that's the point, is that the bishop can't be maintained on d5, so we can push it to a more passive square on d7. That looks like a pretty sensible plan, actually, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Fernandez is a really patient player. I mean, you've seen that in this game. He's not bothered with his f4, f5.
Now we'll go back with the bishop, won't we? Yeah.
Yeah.
So perhaps it doesn't change too much. And the knight's gone to d3. Yeah, it hasn't really moved on a great deal.
So apparently Nakamura's just got married. Congratulations to Hikaru Nakamura. I'm not sure who he's got married to. Maybe himself. But, you know.
Congratulations.
Has anyone ever got married to themselves? I'm sure I read a story about that though, where somebody got married to themselves. It was like there was a Martin Amis short story about how somebody had a wild affair with themselves. But let's not go into that anyway.
No, let's just stick to the chess for now. So Willow and Gasnov is still this unpleasant position. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see d4 when he had the chance to play it, which was not so long ago, I don't think.
Yeah, but still like suffering for black, right? Oh, he's bringing the king round. Another very patient player, Jonah Willow. He's just bringing the king round. It's kind of torture. Very impressive how these young guys play, like Fernandez and Willow.
Perhaps this is too quick. I mean, bishop f6 was what I was thinking is going to be played afterwards.
Yeah, I would have gone for this, Adam. I would have gone for d4, but to be honest with you, it's a problem for black anyway that you've got no counterplay. You know, we're saying about these nightmare scenarios where you're basically just tied down completely.
Just moving back now, just moving backwards and forwards.
And also
the king on e3 and then play d4.
Yeah, because I mean the nightmare scenario really for black here, because you'd like to at least have the king maybe on b8, although then you'd have mating ideas. But you know, somehow free up the rook for something positive to do. But the problem is the rook can never really move and do anything positive because you'll drop a7 and then white will queen e8 pawn. So by the way, Nakamura apparently got married to Atusha I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It sounds like an Armenian name, to be honest, or maybe an Indian name, I'm not sure. But
chess player, women's grandmaster.
Oh, congratulations to Nakamura. I'd like to see the pictures from the wedding. So yeah, he'll still be streaming on his channel. So
Iranian player.
Check out his channel. By the way, the Nakamura channel is a very popular channel. Fantastic player, Hikaru Nakamura, brilliant calculator.
Right, so you've gone rook g2 check first. I'm not sure it really changes too much in the position. King you with, I mean, the only thing there maybe to say is that it might come to g6 actually.
Yeah, really just horrible for black.
So here black has got to find a way of defending both his weaknesses on e6 and h6. So there's a couple of ways of doing that. You could go this way, that would cut your king off for good though, and then after rook g6, rook e7. So that'd be one way of doing it.
Maybe I could just go king e2, e3, d4, right?
Right, exactly, like play like this now.
And if you exchange minor pieces, then you're going to get tortured in the rook and pawn endgame.
That feels really unpleasant. So if you're not going to do that, then I suspect you're going to go exactly like this. You're going to go king f7, rook g6, and then bishop f4 probably.
Yeah, but I can always hit you off the anchor with king e2 to f3 anyway. So, and you can never go e5 because d6 is dropping. So the torture continues. It's just horrible for blackness.
You're going to have to basically stay with your bishop here. But now are you almost in Zugzwang, or you only have bishop moves now, don't you? You don't have. Or you maybe. No, you can't even go king e7. Yeah, you only have bishop moves. Fortunately, you've got a few bishop moves. let's say there, for example, and then back.
E5 now, maybe E5 and
E5.
takes King E4, right?
Yeah, E5 is really looks like a powerful move.
Although you do have Bishop F4 at the end, and maybe I'm into some kind of Zugschwang. Or Volkswagen, apparently, used to call it. Because you can't get enough people. I saw this joke in Kingpin once. Somebody they were talking about how D4 is a crusher.
D4 looks very good, doesn't it? Although white, probably black has to sit again. We're just about to say Bishop C1 or something.
Not seen
but
any.
now, like,
Yeah.
maybe we just go like this.
We've not seen any pictures from the wedding.
Well, you're not allowed to show them on the chat. Somebody tried to post a picture and he got it blocked.
Ah, right. Why is that?
I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. I wonder if the wedding clashed with Title Tuesday.
No, maybe.
Anyway.
This just looks just like such a grim position for black to defend. I'm surprised he didn't just go for Rook G6. I mean, okay, I suppose he could do it whenever he likes. It doesn't really make too much difference. Alright, so it looks like Jonah Willow's in control of that one. So he will be... I don't know.
He's going to be half a point behind Adams if he wins, yeah? He's going to be banging the mix, yeah?
Will Adams get a double black?
I think he will, yeah.
I mean, in terms of the way that the pairing should work.
Well, somebody else
He's
said
the top.
Wadsworth. How's Wadsworth doing, by the way? We need to check on Wadsworth, because Wadsworth is... Oh, wow, he's completely winning. Wow, nice game.
Yeah,
and Wadsworth, we know, is a confident player. We said before, he could be the guy to challenge Adams, to finally solve the Adams conundrum that no one else is able to solve. He's white in this game, so he could be black against Adams. That would make sense, right?
But so could Hebden.
Now, Hebden's
or
due white, though. Hebden's due white.
But isn't Adams due black?
That's what I mean. So I think, yeah, but I think it's so more logical to have Adams have a double black.
I think so, yeah.
And then have Hebden white against Adams.
Hebden white against Adams.
Would make sense. And then Willow could play Wadsworth.
Yeah, well, I mean, somebody's got to play Fernandez as well.
Someone's got to play Fernandez, right? So Fernandez, they're all due black though, aren't they? Fernandez is due black. Somebody might have to float to Nick, say. Nick might be white against Fernandez, say. Willow plays Wadsworth.
Well,
right?
Fortunately, we don't have to worry about the pairings.
No. No. Well, we could.
Yeah, it looks like it's interesting. There looks like there'll be quite a few decisive results there, won't there, today?
It's exciting chess. I'm a little bit disappointed for Harry. It looks like he's going to lose. He hasn't been out, but it's a good win for Michael Adams. I'd like to see Michael Adams win the British again. I think he could challenge the Penrose record of 10 wins. If he wins this British, he'll get to 8. Mm-hmm. He's only in his early 50s. We're still seeing people like Mark Hebden be competitive in his 60s. So there's no reason why, Adams can't win quite a few more Britishes, in my opinion, if he wants to, if he's motivated to.
Yeah.
He could win a few more. So I'd like to see Adams break the Penrose record.
Bishop beat David Eggleston.
Yeah.
Eventually, king and pawn endgame with an extra pawn. That's enough. So he will be obviously pleased with that result. David will be a bit disappointed, especially considering he was doing okay, wasn't he? I can't quite remember exactly what the state of play was, but there was a moment where I think he made a big mistake.
Somebody said here, thought you might want Hebs to win. Well, I do, but I also like to see consistency in results, and when you see someone like Nadal win the French Open, I don't know, it was a ridiculous number, like 14 times. It's impressive, and I used to hate all that. I used to hate people just winning over and over again. Now you kind of admire it, and you're like, wow, you like that consistency. I think to be a good player, you got to be consistent. So to win the British that many times is impressive, especially in the modern era. You think of the players that are in it. it's a really impressive record that Adams has got, and you've also got to bear in mind he never played it for quite a number of years
exactly.
as well.
I mean, not only to say, yeah, he's won it loads of times, but he's probably not played it many more times than he's won it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't really play it in the sort of like
almost every time he
late
takes
1990s, 2000. He didn't play that often. So if he'd played it all those years, how many British Championships could he have by now? He could have had, like, you know, well into the teens,
Well
maybe
into
even
the teens,
closing
yeah.
on the 20s, right?
Yeah.
Not inconceivable. Maybe he'd have won the British as many times as Keith Arkle won Paynton.
How many times has Keith Arkle won Paynton? Do you know?
Over 20 times.
Has he?
And apparently, well, there was one year where I think somebody was so fed up with Keith winning the Paynton, he even hired me gave me conditions to come down.
And even you couldn't stop him?
I couldn't stop him, so,
okay.
you know, what hope, I think the Paynton Congress seems to have stopped now. It's not quite the same as it was, so yeah, maybe Keith will retire undefeated in the Paynton Congress.
Okay, guys, we're going to wrap things up. There. Thank you ever so much for joining us for what was actually a really exciting round. As I say, many decisive games. Looked like there will be more decisive games on those top boards as well. So yeah, please do join us again tomorrow. We'll be up to round 6. And until then, bye for now.